What? I don't know what happened to my background, y'all. That was crazy. What up, what up? Microphone issues, but it's cool. TikTok want to act brand new on me. What's going on, y'all? Welcome to the live. Come on in. I'm here for a good time, not a long time. Not gonna be here too long. Just wanted to talk to y'all. I gotta check in with y'all. What's going on? Welcome to the live. It's an open discussion. Anybody have something they want to say, feel free to join us. Should I put my shades on today? Might be a shady kind of day, you know what I'm saying? Might be one of them days. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you. Thank you for the gifts. So early. Appreciate you. Much love. What up, Hoodoo? What's going on? Come on in. For those of y'all that are curious why I keep wrapping my head up, it is because I'm growing out my, what do they call that? Your under something? Undergrowth or something? I have my locks always on top. I always shave the sides, and I'm tired of doing that. So I gotta grow these out now and cut the top and like reattach them here. So, because I'm not about to put fake hair in my hair, but you know what I'm saying. So I'm letting these grow now. So cover my head up. But anyway, what's going on? Welcome to the live. Tap like, tap like. We talking about culture and appropriating, however you want to talk, however you see it. Talk about, different things. Feel free to come on up. I might be having mic issues. Y'all let me know if you can hear me. Appreciate the gifts. Thank you, Lily. And yeah, can B&W cultures peacefully coexist? Is there a way non-melanated people can appreciate melanated culture? And can non-melanated people be pro the community? I'm strategically using my words right now. Until y'all tap like till we get to 2K likes. Tap like, y'all. If you've never had a scone in your life, tap like. If you season your chicken with garlic powder, tap like. You know what I'm saying? If you ain't waiting in line for pumpkin spice latte, tap like. You know what I'm saying? Like you might drink it, but you ain't waiting in line for it. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a new iPhone. Do people wait in line for new iPhones anymore? I don't think so. I don't know. I'm old school. We used to wait in line hours for a new iPhone. But anyway, you know what I'm saying? If you've ever burned the ends of your braids, tap like. You know what I'm saying? What's going on? We at 2K. I'm gonna talk to some people.
How,
Um,
how
Chef
you
Polo.
doing, brother?
Peace. I'm well. Thank you, Jen.
I, I just wanted to come on. Did you see that video of the Congolese man today?
What video is that?
I just watched the video. It brought me to tears, bro. I just watched a video of a Congolese man burn himself alive.
Oh, be careful. Be careful saying that on here.
Oh, sorry, bro. Sorry. I don't want to mess up your page, but
Um,
it's he's trying to get awareness, like media attention, and he just did that, bro.
mm,
It's
damn.
terrible that nobody's talking about it, and everybody's talking about. everything else that's going on in the world. But
That's why he
something
did
like
it.
that doesn't get any media coverage.
Well, media coverage, I'm not surprised. I can't hold them accountable for doing them. You know what I'm saying? Because they not run by us. I hold us accountable for stuff like that. Um,
Yeah,
I can't tell you how many lives I could scroll down right now, and it's black people talking about free Palestine on the same phones that are used, that are made with minerals that are stolen from the Congo, from people that work the ground that look just like me and you.
yeah,
You understand? Can you
yeah.
imagine how that feel to them? Nobody thinks about how that feel to them, to sit here or see, go on the internet, see people that look just like you tapping on a phone that you know resources came from your country. Your mother was great in the making of these phones. Your siblings might have been unalived. You had to flee a certain village or town. You going through all this oppression just to get on the app, get on the internet, and see people that look just like you talking about free Palestine, y'all. We got to free Palestine, everybody. All the black people need to free Palestine. That's crazy. That's why he doing it. He doing that to let us know.
We got too yeah, we got too much going on in Africa and in Haiti and to be worried about these other things right now, man, because I haven't seen any Palestinians talk about it. And I'm
Yeah.
somebody who I'm Muslim, brother. So I
Mm-hmm.
I like I have empathy for the whole situation. But right now, man, seeing stuff like that, I
Yeah.
can't just only I can't just only scream free Palestine without, man, it's too deep. It's too
I
deep to
mean,
just be up there.
listen, you
Nobody
free them
talks about
people,
Haiti.
right? Nobody talk Canala Popcorn pay. That's what I'm talking about. No, we're not talking about Haiti either. It's funny though, because it's us that should be talking about it. I can't get mad at any other community for not talking about it. It's us. We supposed to be talking about it. These are our people. We supposed to be talking
Yeah,
about it. So that's the thing. Like, where we at? We talking about Palestine. Palestine, you was in Palestine right now. They call you out your name. What do we do?
yeah,
Why are we talking about this? If you want to free Palestine, if you really that anti-oppression, you really want to fight the free Palestine, cool. You know what? Free the Congo, because Israel gets their resources from the Congo too. Literally,
oh yeah.
literally, Israel is
They
all up in the Congo. So
they
if
claim,
you want to free Palestine, all you gotta do is go where, follow the money trail. Money trail lead right to the Congo. Free your own people first. When you free your own people,
yeah.
now they can't afford to keep oppressing Palestinians. There you go. You just did everything. You Superman.
You I seen a Israeli talking about how they made the smartphone chip. You got that
Mm-hmm.
from our resources. You ain't make that. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? You got that from our resources. You bragging
Yep.
about stuff that's coming from our oppression. And
Yep.
everybody's just not worried about it at all. It's always been Africa to the world, brother. It's always
Yeah.
been that. It's always been, yeah, let's just watch them struggle and we gonna eat. We gonna eat and then
Mm-hmm.
and then let them get the crumbs. It's time to
Right.
rise up. It's time
Oh,
for
it's time.
everybody. In my eyes, I feel like we should all be going back to Africa. We got the
Yeah.
knowledge. We can fix
Yeah,
it.
it's time.
But it need to be something dramatic. It need to be millions of brothers and sisters going back in a year. That'll open
Yeah.
their eyes. They're gonna be like, oh man, something's happening.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yep. That's a
I
fact.
just want to come on. I'm gonna let you get to your topic, brother. I'm at work. I just want to get on
Mm-hmm.
and talk about that. Thank you for having me up.
Appreciate you. Thank you for sharing that with me, man. I'm gonna keep
You
my eye
already
on the
follow, yeah.
news. I'm probably gonna run across that video. Somebody want to put it in the Discord, you can. You know what I'm saying? Someone
I screen
they
recorded it, but I don't. I'm gonna join your Discord and I screen recorded it. I'll put it up
yeah,
there.
drop it in there.
All right.
Appreciate you. One
Peace,
love.
brother. Peace.
All right. Hey man, this is what I'm talking about. Like, listen, man, I'm anti-oppression everywhere it exists too. I'm with y'all on that, but We got a lot going on at home for y'all to be taking your water hoses to another house when our house is on fire. You know what I'm saying? Like our house is burning up. Y'all grabbing your water hose talking about we can do both. Like if you want to do both, then our fire is the one that's causing fire everywhere else. So it's time to put our to extinguish what we got going on at home. Let's start there. Everybody, we the only people that's asked to do both for other people. Ain't that crazy? For people that will call you out your name, we're asked to do both. We the only ones that's asked that. Ain't that crazy? You know what I'm saying? But I don't know where y'all even saw that video because I haven't really been on the internet. I've been at work. That's crazy, man. I hope it brings some awareness to us. That's all I care about. If we started paying more attention, then that world will start paying more attention. When we start paying attention to things, appreciate you, Molly. When we start paying attention to things, the world start paying attention to things. The world's going to stop paying attention to things because why am I going to care about your problems more than you? If black folks don't care, all right, y'all don't even care. We doing this to y'all. Y'all acting like it's no big deal. All right, bet. So that's when it gets weird. You feel me? But yeah, man, I don't know what's going on. We jumping up and down. The views have been going like 400, 200, 400. I don't know what y'all doing, man. Everybody in here that's melanated and you know what I'm saying? All the sun people, tap like. Let me know y'all in here. Keep putting hashtag free Congo in the comments. We want the Congolese brothers and sisters to know that we thinking about them over here, that we spreading awareness and doing our job. So, you know what I'm saying? We wanna show up on that FYP. You know, us African Americans been so disconnected from the continent. A lot of us are not even aware. We want to raise awareness. We want them to know that we talking about them. You know what I'm saying? That we we have solidarity with our own people before we gonna go rescue other communities. I think that's crazy. Somebody put on a live that we need to what did he say? Redefine Pan Africanism to include the Arab Palestinians. I'm like, bruh, y'all. I mean, I love Malcolm X too, but y'all taking what he did out of context. Y'all going too far. Y'all going way too far. y'all be twisting Malcolm's words, man. Y'all be twisting Malcolm up. I be watching it too. Sometimes in these gender war lives, I be seeing them twist up Malcolm. I be like, oh, that's not what he meant when he said that. Okay, all right. You know what? Cool. Like, you can't fight with everybody. You feel me? But anyway, um, I don't know. I might I might just have to I might just have to do another live on the Congo. To be honest, that's how I feel now that he came up here and said that. Except that's what we always do. I try to do any topic that I'm doing. I want y'all to put hashtag free Congo. Y'all see my videos? Put in the comments hashtag free Congo. Put you know what I'm saying? Like anytime you see my face, hashtag free Congo. Put that down there, please. I want to bridge a gap between our people here and people over there. You feel
Bless,
me?
brother. How you doing, brother
Peace,
legend?
sister. What's going on?
Not much, not much. You know, I saw you live, saw your topics, and you know how I do with you. Come up, get my peace,
Peace.
education,
Yeah.
revelation, the whole
Talk
nine
to us.
yards, you know.
Uh huh.
So, can black and white culture peacefully coexist? My answer already is hell fucking no, because how can a culture exist with a non-exist with something that doesn't even exist in the first place? And if you want to say that
Mm-hmm.
they have culture, I'm going to tell you that it is conquest. It is hardship. It is hardships on others. It is slavery. It is things like that. Y'all already know how I feel.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a way non black people can appreciate black culture? Yes. Look, don't touch. Look,
Mm-hmm.
don't touch. Like, why are you going to touch something that isn't yours? It's like it is like a goddamn art museum for culture. You can look at
Mm-hmm.
it, you can appreciate it, you can draw and write about it. but don't touch it. Don't
Mm-hmm.
try and put your gloved hands on it.
Mm-hmm.
Can non-black people be full black? Not in today's society. No,
Mm-hmm.
not in today's society. They can try to help. They can try to alleviate pain as best as they can, but it doesn't always work out well. But no, I do
Mm-hmm.
not believe so.
Absolutely. Well, appreciate your answers. Hold on, we get the. Thank you very much. I would say, yeah, that was straight facts. I got no quarrels with anything you just said. I think that was a great way to start off the conversation. And I'll go to the next guest, Country Boot. Could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
Uh, I'm 27, and I got my own style, man. I love the white girls, man. President Snow Bunny, so I see your
Mm-hmm.
stuff. I'm a country boy, so you everybody like what they like, but
You can give us
you know,
your race and pronouns, sir.
yeah, I'm black. Yeah, I'm black.
Okay.
Yeah, and all I date is white girls only. Yeah,
Mm. Are you
yeah,
proud of that?
yeah. Love it.
That's
Yep.
kind of weird.
Um,
I'm a
Brother
I'm a
Legend,
How
rebel.
do wait? Hold on, Harleen. How do they feel about that
Who?
when you talk to them?
They feel good about it.
Mm. Are you sure?
Yep.
I've had quite a few come up and say that that's very cringy behavior when black men
Nah,
say that. You've never
nah.
heard
They
that?
they, they love it. Yeah, some people getting their feelings, but
Mm.
I like what I like. I love it. And now, that's my
Mm-hmm.
favorite, that's all I date. That's all I mess with.
And
why?
why is that?
Jinx, Brother Legend. I was asking why too.
Look, you
Better,
got white women
better
down
all.
there right now
They
talking
just,
about
they're better
nah.
from the inside and out.
What do you
Better well,
excited?
Harleen, please let me talk. All right. So, all right. Better inside and out. You say.
Yeah.
Then what?
No, it's just good vibes. Everybody got their own taste, but I just like what
Better,
I like.
but when you say better, that's a comparative word. So that means you're
Yeah.
comparing it to something else. So compared to what? A
For me,
watermelon?
it's better. Yeah, yes. For me, it's better. Like
Better than what?
any race really.
How many
You
other
gonna pick
races have
white
you
women
had?
over any race, really?
Wait, hold
You think
on,
they're
hold
that?
on, hold on. Why the hell?
Yeah.
Please don't come up here talking. Leisha,
Even
could you
though
don't bring
I
nobody
love
else up
like
here?
I would. Okay, look, I would mess
Hmm.
with any race, but I would be out with a white woman. I play around, have fun, but really to marry or do whatever, it's a white girl.
So, how many other races have you been with?
I mess really. I had my fun with every race really, but white women's better. I just mess with them the most.
So, how many?
How many?
Yeah,
Of
every race. You say every
Like
race.
I had
What
like
what
probably
do,
like
what
one
do you
time.
mean
Like I
by that?
probably had once. I tried once and stuff, but I ain't really messed with too many like that though. Not too many.
And you didn't take them seriously?
Oh, never. I don't take them serious. I just
And
have
why
fun.
not?
It just it just never happened in me like that. I don't. It just don't match. No, it don't. It's not a match.
And so you said better inside and out. Do you mean their personality or inside their love hole?
Better personality, better. The look, the mindset, everything. It. We have the same style, like the same thing we do. Where I grew up from. From a small town.
Right.
Going where I
So
go. School.
what about their whiteness makes them better?
He said, "Well, it's not. Well, some people compare the skin. I don't know why people do that.
Oh,
But
I mean, you can't say that because there's Asian people with the same skin. So
yeah, 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 yeah. They do. Yeah, they got the
yeah.
same.
So and are you including Asian people in better?
No, 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 no.
Okay.
But
So what's the
yeah,
difference between an Asian woman with that skin and a white woman with that
well,
skin?
it's different. People they come from different countries and stuff. But from the U.S. it's different. Like American
There's Asian
white.
people in every country, my friend.
Yeah, they are. But I'd rather date though. It's different. White women and Asians different. They all they just
How are
separate.
they different?
Language.
They speak. There's Asian people that speak
They
all the
speak English
languages.
too, yeah, but it's still different. Where they come from still come.
What's different about them is what I'm trying to, because even if they speak another language, like what are you saying? Only English speakers are like better?
Nah, I don't care about the how they look or whatever, or where they come from, because they come from they born in America or whatever. But to me, I'd rather just date a white girl, a white woman.
But
Yeah,
see,
that's
that's what
what
I'm trying to understand, is because what is it about white women that are better?
they look better.
Like
Okay, like okay, from the looks, like from the
what
how they.
look? What about their look? What about their look?
Hey,
Let's
okay,
start there.
look. I see mine. I like reds and blondes. Blondes.
Hmm.
They nice look. Not everybody have long hair, of course. Don't have long hair. Some people they go through things.
There's red
Things.
haired people in every race. You know that, right?
Yeah. But you know,
So
not too
there's red
many.
haired people and blonde people in every race,
Yeah,
and
but not too many.
only 1% of white people are blonde naturally. Most of them are brown when they dye their hair blonde. So
Who you talking about?
white people, most of them
That,
are not blonde naturally.
yeah. Of course. But it's easy to find a blonde. You just walk around and you see one.
No, but they that's because they dyed it blonde. It's not naturally their hair color.
Oh yeah. Like most of them are naturally
No,
blonde.
that's not true.
What?
Most white people are not blonde. They dye their hair blonde, my
They
friend.
don't doubt it. Some people do, but it's a high percentage is
No,
blonde.
that's not. No. A high percentage of them are not blonde. Blondes are going
Come
extinct.
on, nah.
Look in the comments. White women are telling you
Bro, they
they
all
dyed
black.
it.
It's black. Come
Like,
on, it's black
no,
girls,
it's
bro.
not.
They don't know what they talking
My
about.
comments are all races from all over the place, my friend.
No, I don't
And
know
there's
that,
white women
man.
down there telling you I'm a blonde. I can confirm, or ex blonde. She said she's an ex blonde. Then someone else said
Yeah,
I'm
there's
dying
someone
it. Look,
born
there's
with
people down there saying I'm
yeah.
white. People are disagreeing. White
Some
people are
of
disagreeing with you, my
some
friend.
of them dye their hair. Some of them don't not born with blonde hair though.
Most
Those
of
girls right
them
there.
dye their hair. Blondes are going extinct. It's like a thing. Like blonde people, there's less
She
and
said
less
she
of
said
them as
born
time is
blonde.
going on.
And she said born blonde, bleach my hair to stay blonde. See,
Yeah,
yeah,
Right.
so
see,
Because they're
some
not
of
natural, because they don't stay blonde, because they're not naturally blonde. I mean, she might have been a dirty blonde, but
nah,
either way,
I seen a lot
there's
of
blonde Asian girls.
where I'm from. I
There's
see a
blonde
a
Asian
lot of fake
girls.
blonde.
There's blonde black girls. There's blonde all different kinds of girls.
so real quick,
Oh, that girl.
I would like
What?
to point out that
What not?
less than 5% of the world has naturally blonde hair. That includes all races. And that 5% is born with it, and only around 1% or so actually keeps that blonde hair. Less than 1% actually keeps that blonde hair throughout life, and that includes all races. But Brother Legend, Big
Hmm.
Boy above me has a Confederate flag t-shirt on in his videos.
Rebel
Well,
Pride.
I don't see what that. I mean, I'm he has a Confederate flag in his accent. So I everything he said is nothing but the Confederate flag. So I'm not surprised by that. Um, but what was I saying? I forgot. We were talking about other stuff. Um, so yeah, blondness is not something that's strictly white. So when you say you like white girls, are you talking about like less than 1% of them? Because that's really hard to find. You must be like Ash Ketchum. You're out here hunting them. You
Oh
must,
yeah,
yeah, you must,
yeah, I do.
yeah,
That's all I do is hunt white girls. Yep. Yeah, it's
yeah.
like,
But you ain't finding those blondes naturally. So you're talking about
well,
you like
it's
girls
blondes
that
on my
dye their hair
page.
blonde.
It's
But
always
to be
blondes on my
honest,
page.
that's not something that's inherent to whiteness.
It's
So
blondes.
again,
It's a lot of
you're
blondes on my
kind of
page.
like making up in your mind what white people all have in common, but they don't have blonde hair in common. So it's like you're not finding the 0.1% or the less than 1% of white women in regular life, because less than 1% of, actually, I think it's 2% of Americans meet the sitting president. And if you're telling me you're getting girl after girl and you're finding blondes, but you haven't met the president, then I'm sorry, my friend. Those girls been dyeing their hair.
Hey, they all I see in my page is all blondes, man. Where I come from, all I see is blonde. They born blonde and they stay blonde. They ain't had to blonde
They're
their hair
not
because
born
I used to
blonde.
live with one.
Nah, you're just
That's
lying to yourself.
no what they never dyed their hair blonde. They just
Look,
naturally
this
blonde.
look at Jess right now in the she says, "Yup, it's bleached." Like
Hey,
they're
I used to.
lying to
I
you,
have. I,
and
I
you're
have.
just believing their lies, bro.
I
You're
have
so
a girl. Like I
silly,
have
man.
one that don't bleach their hair.
Hey,
They don't.
man.
They
Hey,
don't bleach.
man. I know
They don't bleach their hair.
you a delusional one, but
No, some
it's
bleach. Some
cool.
do. Some have to bleach, but some just born with.
Somebody got to be in reality though. My life is in reality.
Man, I'm saying, I'm telling you, man. Like it's all like, bro. Like I love the reds. I love the reds definitely. The blondes is good definitely, but reds, of course. You know, those are two tops. Those are two best.
But those aren't white people.
Even if they dye their hair black or whatever, they still look good
But those
regardless. I don't
again are
care.
not white people. You said white girls were better, but you're talking about hair colors that exist in all other races.
Yeah, they do,
Anyone
but
can dye their hair blonde,
yeah, they
and
can.
anyone can have red hair. So
Yeah,
again, you haven't been able to explain to me how white girls are better. That's what you said. White women better. I'm trying
you
to
could just
figure
look.
out
You
what
just look
about
at.
being white.
You can just look at the page. You just see. You can just see and then can tell. You know, some people have a different taste. You have your own taste. You probably love like black queens. That's what you like the black queen. The
To be honest,
yeah.
to be honest, everyone has a different taste, but usually when you have a taste, it's for a certain reason. For example, I might like ice cream because it's sweet and it's cold. All ice cream is sweet and cold. So I like sweet cold things, so I like ice cream. You see
You
how
look
that
like you
works?
like white girls though.
You see what I'm saying though?
Yeah, you
Like
look like you like
it's
white
like you
girls.
can think about it and you can say, I like this about these people, so that is what it is. So when someone asks me why, I don't sound like a jackass and I can actually say something that actually makes some fucking sense, you know? Like instead of just, you know, saying that because they dye their hair and I choose to believe it, that white women are better.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, everybody had their own taste, man. That's how I feel. You know, it's like
So
yeah,
you're right. Everyone has their own
yeah,
taste. I always love that how Black men have their own taste, and
yeah.
you know, tasting something different.
D,
That's great
don't
for
put
you.
this on black
So
men.
okay,
Don't do
his
that.
kind of Black men, his kind. I find it interesting. What brought you up? Like, what was the point of saying you prefer your cave crotch and you wanted to sit on yourself? What was the point?
Is that why I come here? Why I come on this page?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
why did you need to tell us that you love white women? That's good for you.
He ain't
We
telling
like
white
that.
people that.
I just like. Oh yeah, I love it. That all I do is post
Yeah,
about white girls. They know about
No,
it.
no,
You
but
know,
do you
most
go on
people.
their
Yeah.
lives? If
Oh
so,
yeah.
yes, they
go on
love
their
it.
live
Yeah,
right now and
they
leave us the
do.
hell alone. If
They
that's what you love to do so much,
Now I like to
go
mess
on
with
their
y'all.
live
I like to mess
and
with
go
y'all
do
though,
that
cause
instead of
y'all
coming up here
it's just funny
and trying to
how.
troll on my live. Why don't you go talk to them about how much you think that they better and all that?
Oh, they like
I
that. They
hate to
like
be
that.
the
They
sir.
like.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but you're no one that I know's type. So just looking at
Oh
you,
yeah,
I'm
they love that.
sorry.
They love it. They
So
love it. I'm
I don't know
President
why
Snow
you
Bunny.
thought, sir. Why did you think that we would be bothered by you choosing something outside of your race? It don't bother us,
Y'all don't like that, man. Y'all
Can I
just
say
y'all try to put
sir.
something?
y'all
I
little
would
together. Y'all
like
Y'all
to
try to
don't
say
put
like
something,
that.
y'all I
please.
don't know
Hold
what
on,
y'all
ma'am.
doing
Hold
like
on one
the
second, sir.
uh
Why would anyone care what you chose to date?
I
Why?
I love what I love, man. That's it.
That's good. No one's pushing against that. You're the
That's
only
all
one
he
that
can
gave
Y'all
us
say. He
the.
don't know. He don't
I
got nothing else he
know.
can
y'all
say.
You
where's
know
the
what's
white girls
interesting
at, man?
though? You know what's interesting though is that you came up and you said it wasn't about skin color, but you couldn't give anything in criteria of character or anything that actually would say, yeah, this is a really good thing that comes in only this color.
No, it's not about the color. They they do right. Every girl is nice. It
Yeah.
can be nice in each way,
Any
but
human
I'd
can be
rather
nice,
stick
sir.
with
Any
yeah.
human.
Hey,
He
country, can I ask
gone.
you? Oh, okay.
Thank y'all for the page cards.
Thank the fucking
Appreciate you.
Lord.
Yeah, thank y'all for letting him not getting all triggered because I knew as soon as I seen Country Boots, I think I seen his page before too. But I think he got another page too. He got more followers, but He one of them like what's that dude? Jeff Mead. Like he one of them alpha wolf hat dudes.
Yeah,
Like he one of them.
he panders to that community of
Yeah, that's how
people.
he get his bread.
Yeah, I wanted to ask him loads of questions. I was gonna be like, okay, you said that they're better. Better than who? Why are they better than that person?
I tried to get him to answer that. He knew to avoid those questions because that's all he
It's
did was
white
deflect,
women
deflect,
with
deflect.
blonde hair because they're not smart, maybe some of them where he's at, and he likes to just get away with something, and he knows a black woman would not put up with that shit, maybe, is what I'm thinking. He can't
I'm
get a black woman, is what I'm thinking, is how he sounds, because it doesn't sound like he's ever tried. He said he did, but as a bi woman, if he had tried, I don't think he would be saying he only likes white women. If he had been with, a black woman before, I'm just saying, I think he.
I guarantee you, he's not walking around here telling white women he's the bunny. What do you call himself? The bunny king? What do he say? The
the
bunny
snow
president?
bunny president.
Yeah, he's not
Yeah.
telling white women that. I'm sorry. As much as we talk about the frosted females, none of them are on that level of racism where they just gonna let some black man degrade them like that. Like that's kind of crazy.
Wait, why
Yeah.
are people mad at me in the comments? Did I say something mean, y'all?
Yeah, you said that they were dumb or something because they were
No, no, no,
blonde.
no. I mean, like, maybe. Okay, I probably worded
You
that wrong.
mean he believes in the stereotype of dumb blondes
Yeah.
with
Okay.
big boobs. That is
Yes.
what
Yeah.
Because that's what
he
he was
should.
explaining. He sounded like Hitler for a second. He was like blondes, blue eyes,
Whoa,
white
whoa,
skin.
whoa! Shitless,
Yeah. Don't
shitless,
say that
shitless.
word.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
I'm
this
gonna
is
mute
about to
up for
get
you,
interesting,
brother.
brother. This is about to get interesting.
but yeah.
I just want to
Uh,
say we had the same questions the whole time.
yeah. But I was trying to get him to fall on his sword, but he knew how to. He's black, so he knows what answers to avoid. It was, but it was interesting. Evan, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
I'm 21, he, him, and I'm biracial.
Biracial
That's
is not a race. Let
Yeah,
me
it
guess. You
is.
have a black parent,
Yes.
right? So that's what makes you say that you're biracial because you don't want
And
to classify yourself as black, but the rest of the world will. You want to fight back, say I'm both, but no one's going to treat you as both because no one's going to turn around and give you privilege and deny you privilege at the same time. That's not how privilege works. So
I've never had a white person treat me uh bad. I've had a couple of I lie. I have had some white people treat me bad. Any race can treat you bad and be racist towards you. And so I've had a lot of
you
black
think
people.
racism is treating people bad?
Do I think racism is treating people bad? No, it's talking about their skin color and
No, that's not racism.
Hey Evan, real quick, give the year of your birth, please. Real quick. Don't even think about it.
June 19, 2002.
One sec.
People are gonna say I'm not 21.
He's
You can
21.
you
That's
can
why I said it's
you
about
can
to
go
get
on my
interesting.
you can go on my page and look, and I have a thing of me drinking because I get tired of people saying I'm not 21.
So at 21, why do you think that racism is just talking about people's skin?
It's not just talking about their skin, it's talking about who they are as a person. They say prejudice and racist things
Do you
towards that
struggle with who
person.
you are as a person?
Do I struggle with who I am? No, I already know who I am. I'm a biracial man that is a good person that has a father figure in my house and a mother figure in my house. So you can't say that just my mother raised me, because I
Who
know that
said
was the
that?
next question coming. I
I
know
don't know
that's
what the hell
coming
you're
next.
talking about. I'm not your therapist, but the reason I said that is because your definition of racism is way off, and it sounds like you've got a little bit of a bias in your answer. So
No,
that's
I'm
not
not
the
biased.
that's not what racism is. So
I'm
I
not
would encourage
biased
you
to
to look up.
anybody.
I'm sorry.
He
I
said he's
already
not
know. I've
biased
looked
to
up
anyone.
racism.
No, you have a
I've
bias
looked
based
up.
on you're projecting. You're projecting because what you just said was it's when they talk about like who you are and things like that. Yet you don't know who you are. You know, when I asked you your race, you didn't give me a race. You gave me a description of a race. And that's weird because
I said I'm biracial.
biracial is a description. You understand? Like biracial
Okay,
is a description of how you got here.
I'm white and black.
No, you're not. There's no such thing as you being a person of color and a person without color at the same time. So
I've never heard
if you
such a
have
thing like
color,
that
you're not without color. You
because
understand? So if the father has color, you can't be without color. So whatever color it is that makes you a person with color means that you're that color. It's how it works. So
So Evan, sweetie, what Brother Legend's trying to say is race is based off of phenotype. Phenotype is what you look like. If you look at this gorgeous man right there in the camera, yeah, I'm talking about you, Brother Legend. You gorgeous as hell.
you funny.
You're going to see his phenotypes automatically. Even his beard, you see the curls that naturally come on. You see his nose, you see his lips. If you took off his glasses, you would see the eye shape, the eyebrows. You see the skin tone, things like that. That's what makes up your phenotypes. Things like that. That is what makes up race. I looked at your page, sweetie. You just a light skinned black boy. You're light skinned black boy, okay? You light skinned.
So this
so
is the thing.
I'm gonna say I'm
Hold on,
black and
hold
I'm
on,
gonna
Evan,
I'm gonna
Evan, hold
hang,
on,
hang on.
Evan, hold
I
on,
just
because you
want
was
to say
in.
one thing real quick.
Hold on 1 second. You was
Okay.
in another room and you said a whole lot and then you apologize for it. I think that in this conversation, confusion is a big issue here. But I just want to ask you: has your mother or anyone that is YT in your family ever called you YT?
What? No. They call
Okay,
me
then.
mixed.
Okay, and then has the black side of your family ever called you black?
No, they say I'm mixed.
I doubt it.
Has any black people ever called you black?
Uh no, they don't say I'm black, they say I'm
Tell the truth.
mixed.
Tell
Now
the
I know
truth,
you're
Bullshit.
lying
Evan.
because I
I'm
heard you
telling
in a
the
live
truth.
earlier with black people that called you black, and I'm sitting here calling you black. Sister down there is sitting here calling you black, and the sister you
Oh,
talking to
well,
is sitting here calling you
I'm
black.
not
So
talking I'm
black
not
people are
talking
calling you black. Go on some
I'm
white
not
lives,
talking
do a little experiment. Go on some
I'm
white
not
lives
talking
and ask them if you're white, and they're gonna say you're
I,
mixed.
I'm not talking about the people on the lives. I'm talking about actual people that
That's
I've met in real life.
but
So
I'm speaking to the fact that you have not come across one YT person that has called you YT, and they never will, because
That's not
phenotype does
true.
play. That is very true. You
It
told
is
That
me
is
just
true.
not
now.
true.
That is
Yeah, it
very
is.
true.
Barack Obama
I
was a
see
black
melon.
president, and he had a white parent. Came out a
Right.
whole
I
white
see
woman.
melon all in your hair, all in your phenotype. Like, listen, at the end of the day, it's always interesting how you want to be a unicorn in a space, and that's fine. But at the end of the day, black people are gonna call you black. And you can sit here and act as if black people have never called you black. Black people don't call biracial black people mixed. And they're saying you're a black mixed person. But for you to say that and know that everyone on this platform just called you black, you was in another space earlier, and everybody in that space called you black, but your own mother does not call you YT, and she's
That is
YT.
not
Am I
true.
wrong? Hold on, listen to me. Am I wrong?
She calls
Is your
me.
mother YT? Is your mother YT?
Yes, my mother is white.
Okay, so at the end
mm,
of
And
the
what
she calls
day, At the end
She
of the
says I'm mixed.
exactly, she doesn't call you YT. She doesn't call you YT.
Yeah.
She calls you mixed.
What's wrong with that?
It's
I'm.
Because
his.
what we're trying to say is that whiteness is exclusionary of all other races, my friend. Unfortunately, you are not half black, half white. You're a black person with a white parent, and you don't know that yet. That's why I'm saying you're confused. But
And
it's
not
okay.
just and it's not just
Okay.
that. But
Can
hello,
you tell it? Can you
I'm
tell that to my
speaking.
dad? Can you tell that
Hello,
to my
I'm
dad? Because
reclaiming
he
my
calls me.
motherfucking time. If I have to raise my voice from this, you're gonna hear me use it to cuss you out.
Don't
So,
do
Go
it,
ahead, man.
anime.
Yeah,
so,
come on, y'all got. Yeah, don't get mad.
so,
Molly.
Evan.
Hey y'all. Hey brother
Hi,
legend.
Notless. Love you, Notless.
Hey,
So, what I was trying to say, Evan, is not only is whiteness exclusionary, but the fact that your mother is saying you're mixed, it is her trying to exclude the fact that she laid down with a black man that had you. It's
mm,
her way of actively saying that you need to be fully whitey. The reality is a lot of mixed kids actively have trouble maintaining a sense of self-identity and reflection within this society because within this society, we see people actively say, you're not this enough, you're not that enough. But please note that when they say that, especially within the black culture, because you are a black child. When people say you are not black, that is not them saying that you are not phenotypically black. That is them saying that you are not ethnically black because you were not raised within the culture. It means that you have not learned what it means to be a black person within a
right.
country that actively
I
hates
I
you
I must
as a
say
black person. I am not done. I
when
do not know why I hear a voice trying to talk over me that is not Brother Legends. So with other people saying if you were to be believed that they just say you are mixed, that is them saying you are not truly immersed within your black culture. You are not immersed within my culture, Brother Legends culture, D Diva, Knotless's culture. You're not immersed, and you are actively going against it for you to be told you are not black, you are mixed. That is saying that you are not within our culture. You are not one of us culturally, not ethnic, not racially, culturally. And culture is based within ethnicity. So ethnically, you're white. Racially, you're black. And I'm sorry to tell you it like this, but I'm gonna be straightforward with you because I care enough to let you know that culturally you're not one of us right now, and we're gonna help you get there sooner or later. But racially, you're one of us, and that's never going to change because race is based off of phenotype, and ethnicity is not just can be based off of DNA and culture and everything else, but race is phenotype.
okay, I'll tell you something right now. I know you guys are all a clique, like all y'all are a clique, and you guys see the clip. You
Evan,
saw the
Evan,
clip.
Evan, this is
No,
Nollis. How you
hang
doing?
on, hang on. I didn't cut you off.
No, no, no.
Let me
I'm just
talk.
saying hi. Hi, you've been to one of my lives and I never treated you any type of way. How
Right.
are you? How are
That's
you?
three, ain't it, brother?
They become a danger to us and our
Oh yeah.
progress.
Said
So
his mama
Of you in the comments.
appreciate you, sister. Thank you.
I just want to let you know I got a paw ready if someone else come out of line.
Oh, okay. All
You got
right.
a
We
paw
gonna
ready?
see. We gonna see. What's good, Rashad? You want to talk to us, Rashad?
Yeah, man, what's up? It was
What's going on?
that was just a little telling to see him get up here and kind of not receive any of the information people was trying to give him.
Mm, yeah.
What were you feeding him?
You got I mean,
Just a moment, truth.
people were getting up here and telling him the truth about how the society works and what we were born into as black people, and he wasn't receiving any of that information. You have to admit that if you go into a white space, they will not recognize you as white. So the
Yeah.
fact that you choose to identify as part white is redundant.
Mm.
It But I wanted to get up here and kind of answer the questions.
I
But
identify as part
that was a
black.
little amazing. I
Please
think
don't
Brother Legend,
interrupt, Truth. God damn it, man. Like
but
every time one of y'all come up here, you start putting your privilege all over the place, man. Keep it in your pants.
Brother
Go
Legend,
ahead,
this is
Rashad.
for truth be told. This motherfucker literally told me in a different live that I'm the reason why my boyfriend needs therapy. Fuck you, you little bitch ass, no dick having
All
ass.
right. Wait. Stop, Harleen. Come on. You're gonna get me taken down. All right. Yeah. All right.
Wow, you
Man,
little
yeah.
weird.
You an
Thank you,
agent of
Jen.
chaos.
You
You
also
gotta
can't
go.
have.
Have a nice day. Bye. Have a day.
Thank you.
All
Rashad,
right, I'll get
go
into
ahead.
it,
Talk to us.
man.
Yeah, that was I don't know. I hate it when
All
they
right.
come up here because it's only them. Whenever black people come up here, they're usually respectful unless it's honestly usually the brothers that start interrupting. They be trying to check black women or something. They come up here and start talking, but even them when you ask them, they're respectful. Only Thin Lipians come up here and just start. I'm here now. Like, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, but okay. Biracial isn't a race. Yeah, you have to, like I said, you have to just admit if you go into a white space and you know they
Mm-hmm.
will judge you, they will treat you a certain type of way based on your phenotype. If you're a big, light skinned, curly haired dude, they're gonna treat you a certain type of way. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
This is where you were born, unfortunately, bro.
Yeah.
Phenotype, yeah, it's not. I think genealogy plays a role in it as well. As long as long as you take what you are given from God and melanin, and you use
Mm-hmm.
that to better the community. That's all
Mm-hmm.
I'm here for. So if you want to, we're not gonna make anybody. I can't lie. Look, we already said everybody can't go where we going.
True.
So it is what it is, in the black community. Yeah, precisely. Until you show anti-blackness, see, we would not allow this plantation mindset that you will come in and start telling black people what it is and what it's not, because you don't run things. Unfortunately, it's no
Mm.
hierarchy, but either you're talking about knowledge or you're not. So if you get up here and show anti-blackness, you get up here and show, uh, you know, bad thoughts and bad vibes towards black people, we're gonna know it, and it's gonna be apparent. So then when we try to put you on game, you deny the game and you throw it in the trash. Is You're not receiving the information. So that's the whole. If you would get up here, because I've got on here and light skinned, quote unquote mixed race, biracial people get up here and learn and receive information, and you get some examples like we just saw. So yeah, that's about it.
All right. Appreciate you. Um.
I want to apologize for going off on your page like that. He literally said that and then left the live I was in, and I needed to go off on him for that because that was some bullshit.
Okay. I'll go to the next guest. Fernanda, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
Sure. Sorry. Good night. Well, my name is Fernanda. I'm 23. I am identify as she, her, and I'm black.
You Jamaican?
Dominican.
Oh, okay. I didn't know Dominicans said good night like that either.
This is our
That's crazy.
person. I'm gonna
Oh
drop down,
yeah,
brother,
yeah. I remember
and
you.
come back
I've
up.
heard from you before. Right. Okay. Talk to
Yeah.
us, Fernanda.
Hi. I just wanted to say that I 100% agree in the, well, of the subjects, but specifically the one that there is a big difference that people apparently do not understand between race, ethnicity, nationality, and culture. They are
Hmm.
like different things. Race is how do you present to the world, like literally your body. How do you look? How your nose look? How your hair looks? How dark or light your skin is? That's your phenotype. That's basically you into the world. Now maybe you as a black person can speak Spanish, can speak Chinese, can speak any other like language. That's part of your culture because each culture have, you know, a language and other things. And that reminds me too much like the fact, the phrase like I'm not black, I'm Dominican. Like that's the perfect example to that. That they, well, not me, but I say us because at the end of the day I'm Dominican as well. But is the fact that they want to excuse the fact that we are black, saying that we are Dominicans when anybody can be Dominican, when because at the end of the day that's just a nationality. You know, at the end of the day it's a nationality. You're, it was very random to the universe to make you Dominican. You maybe could be Cuban or Jamaican or whatever. It's just a nationality. That's the reason why people can have actually multiple nationalities. It's not that important. Anyone can be from everywhere. And yes, the fact like people say like I'm not black, I'm Dominican, it bothers me because you are just excusing that you're racist and that you have like self-hate because of the color of your skin, that you want to just change the world with the word like culture. Like yes, you can have things that are culturally and ethnically related to be Dominican, but your race is one and is black or white or Asian or whatever. So yeah, I agree with that prompt.
Okay. Yeah, I ain't mad at you. That sounds about right. I do want to bring out a nuance in the phenotype. If you see my second point there, I'm saying that phenotype isn't the only factor in determining racial identity. I know it's the easiest one, but we're not solely defined by our phenotype. For example, brown skin is usually, or dark skin is usually associated with blackness, but there are people in India darker than me. What's the difference between an Indian and an African? An Indian is seen as Asian, and an African is seen as African. So it's not just phenotype that determines your racial identity. It's also your ancestral homeland. So going back thousands of years, where are your grandparents from? That's also part of what makes you whatever race. Um, I'll go to the next guest. Ashley, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
Hi guys, I am 33 years old. Uh, I am a black woman, obviously. And what was the last thing?
Your pronouns.
She, her.
All right, talk
Um,
to us.
I literally had this conversation maybe 2 weeks ago online, where there was this Indian person saying that their parents raised them not to date. I think it's called BMW. I think that's the name. Basically saying that they're supposed to stick to their own quote unquote race and not marry outside of it. And I thought that was the most ridiculous thing in the world. And this is not to be
Wait, so who said
disrespectful.
that?
There was this couple that was Indian and he married a black woman. And they were saying, if you're Indian, you may have been raised where your parents told you to stay away from B BMW, that's black. I think it's Muslim and white. I think I'm uncertain about the M. But basically, there was this, he was a brown man, obviously, and he was married to a woman that was literally maybe, if not the same shade, maybe a shade darker, right? And it
Mm-hmm.
was crazy to me the way they couldn't wrap their minds around you. If you are a melanated person, and I think somebody touched on it earlier, you are a black person. Now, immediately they say, well, we're not black, we're Indian. And I'm like, y'all really need to learn the difference between race, ethnicity, and culture. And I said, if we really wanted to dig deeper, and this is not me just saying it because I'm a black woman, you know, there has been research that proves that from the beginning of time, black people were the beginning, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have obviously you have different colors, you have different skin tones, depending on where you are. Now, I am Caribbean, obviously, and we have people in the West Indies, like you said, who are very, very dark, right? And
Mm-hmm.
they would go to, let's say, a place like you say, India or wherever, and they would be mistaken for, black people. And that's what I want black people to understand. It doesn't matter which culture or ethnicity you come from. Obviously, there are Indians, excuse me, there are Chinese, or wherever you're from, and you're trying to, I think it was, oh gee, not the Arabs. It was a Asian country outside of India that were claiming they were
Mm-hmm.
not black, but they were, I think it was, I think it was, anyways, it was an Arab country, basically, where we had dark
Mm-hmm.
skinned people, and they were here on TikTok fighting for their lives, saying that they're not black. And so I want persons who are in this live to understand, as you suggested earlier, black really, I think people associate it with being African.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Being black is not synonymous to being African. Yes, there are black Africans, right?
Mm-hmm.
But there are persons who are the same color as Africans, but may not be Africans, like Indians, like persons,
They're not
what
considered
they call it,
black though.
right? They're not considered black, but that's I'm
So
saying,
blackness is tied to Africanness.
right? Absolutely,
Mm-hmm.
absolutely. However, you cannot assume when I say that you are black that I'm saying that you're African. Not every black person is African, and not
Every black person
every
is African.
African.
What do you mean?
What I'm saying is, okay, what I'm saying is like how you have Bahamians. I'm a Bahamian. You have West Indians, persons from Trinidad, wherever, whatever.
They're African.
Their race would be black or African, right?
They're African.
But
Yeah.
they're ethnically, they are Caribbean people. They
Yeah,
would
that's
have grown up,
ethnicity.
right, right. So a lot of persons, when they speak, they do not know the differentiation between your race and your ethnicity. And she was highly offended that I said that, listen, we're all the same hue as long as melanin is in your blood. If there's a hue of color on you, you are a black person. You may not be African, but you are a black person.
No such. All
And
right, you're
This
confusing
this is
me
getting
because
dangerous. Like,
yeah, you keep saying that. I think
oh,
you're confusing
here's
race and ethnicity.
no,
African is
no,
not
no,
an
no, no.
ethnicity. Okay.
But it's also not a race. That's
Yes, it
like
is.
saying, but that's
African is a race.
how. No, but I'm
The same way
saying,
Asian is a race. Do you think Asian
but
is a
this is
race?
it. No, no. If you leave it up to me, you have two races. Either you're white or you're black. Ethnically, you can be Bahamian, you can be West Indian, you can be Trinidadian, or you're culturally. But in terms of race, I only know two races. You're either white or you're
All
black.
right. So here's the thing. You're reinventing race, and that's cool.
I'm
But
not.
there's
I'm
no. No,
not.
let me tell you. Hold on now. There's a five race theory, right? Where there's black, white, yellow, red, and brown. Then you can also say continents instead, where it's European, African, Asian, uh, South Asian, or Mediterranean, whatever you want to call them, and indigenous, right? Or you could do the three race theory, where it's
hmm
Caucasoid, Africanoid, and Mongoloid. So basically, there's Asian, blacks and whites. You could do it that way, but I've never heard the two race
But
theory.
that's still
That's
not
I wish the two race theory
Africans.
were true, because if the two race theory were true, if there was a two
Hmm.
race theory where everyone's either black or white, then we would take this bitch over. We that would be it. They the
Right.
minority. It's over after that. So I
Well,
wish that were the
this is
case.
what,
But
and see, and I believe that's why the entire concept was created. It was created, one, to create a superior complex, right? Where we feel like this particular race is, obviously, we've seen it all of our lives. And I think people disassociate themselves with being black because they do not want the struggle or the stereotype that comes with being quote unquote black. But not every black person is an African.
every
They're
black
not.
person is an African.
That's not true.
That is true. That is
What?
That is
empirically
not
true.
true.
I
I
don't
have a
know
That's
what
not
else I
question.
don't
true.
know what else to tell you. You need to
I'm a
read The
black.
Destruction of
Hold a
Black
second, sugar.
Civilization by
Hold a
Dr.
second,
Chancellor
sugar.
Williams. I don't know.
I
You gotta
am
give me
a
some
black
books.
woman. I am absolutely black. My parents are black. My mom, my dad, my grandmother, et cetera, et cetera. We can go on.
Are you talking to the
I
host or are
am
you
a
talking to the chat?
Bahamian. I, I'm talking to the host. I'm talking to
What
the
I
host.
don't know what any
I
of that
wasn't
has to
even
do with
read.
you being
I wasn't
black.
even.
All black people are
This is my
African.
point. Understand what I'm saying? Africa and persons from African can be deemed African the same way I am from the Bahamas, and so I am deemed
That's what it
Bahamian.
That's the
is. That's
problem.
why you're
What the
having
But this is what
hell?
cognitive
I'm
dissonance right now.
What
saying.
is?
I just
Oh my
caught it. I
god.
know what's going on with you. You don't want to be black. You don't want to be
What are
African.
you talking about? I am
You are
absolutely
having a
black.
hard time understanding what I'm saying out my mouth, because you don't
Unders-
consider yourself African, but you do consider yourself black. So you
I
okay
am
with being
black.
black on the
I
outside,
am
but you
black.
ain't about to claim Africa. That's
I
not you.
am not
You from the
African.
Bahamas.
I am
What
not
is
African.
this?
I
What
am
is
not
this?
But
African.
I have a
How are you
question.
not
That's
African?
crazy. Listen,
What the hell?
it says, it's like saying a person that is Australian and black, right? Their race is still black.
Any
Obviously,
color.
they have melanin. They have
Oh
melanin,
Lord.
I
Y'all
have
but
a
got
they
some
are not
question.
pause.
African.
This
That's
level of
crazy.
confusion is dangerous to other people that
How
are
is
trying to
it
learn.
confusion? That's
Because
what I
you're
need to know.
Because you
African.
all right. Cite one source. Cite one
I
source.
am
Cite
not
one knowledge.
African. Hold a
Cite
second. Do
cite
you,
cite some knowledge. Cite some knowledge, sister.
sir,
Tell us where we can
read
read it.
right there. Read right here in the comments. There's a lady
No, no,
down here
no,
that
no,
was
no.
really saying
I'm not talking
that
about
I
TikTok
am not,
comments. You know better than that.
sir. She
I
thinks
can
she's
actually
black, but when
I
she
can
say
list
Africa, she
books
thinks
by
ethnicity.
people with PhDs.
No.
You need to
Oh
tell
my
us where you learned this, or I'm going to think
Oh
it's
my God.
your
So what
type of
you're
bullshit.
saying
Just
is, so what you're saying
tell us where you
is,
learned it.
sir, so what you're saying is, persons that differentiate themselves in Africa as either South African, as either persons from this particular group in Africa, or whatever the case may be, you're saying that they cannot identify as South African even though they're
How did
not
they get
in.
there?
Listen, we all know that all persons would have derived. I'm not arguing against that particular fact. I'm not. So obviously, when an
So
Indian
you're
or an
telling me
Arab,
that
hold a
originally
second,
they came from Africa.
who that
How
originally
did they
who came
get
from Africa?
how did your people get to the Bahamas?
Obviously the slave trade. Of course, we
Where did they
So they
come
from
listen.
from?
Africa. So
Where did
you
they come
Hold on a
from?
African.
second. Oh, so here's what I'm saying. I am honestly shocked. I am honestly shocked that we are tying where persons came from initially, right, to what
To
they
who
are
they are,
now. Africans are Africans. Africans are from Africa.
like
Black
you.
people are all over the world.
But
I am
why?
From
not
Africa. You
African.
said from, not where they
Oh my
at. You said where
God.
they're from.
Remake.
They from Africa.
I
Excuse me,
wanna
we were not asking where they were from. What are you
Wait,
saying? Obviously,
From
can I,
Africa.
obviously, we've already passed the whole. Yes, we know how our
Oh my
people
God, this
were
is not
were
real.
were treated
I
This is
wanna say
not real.
something.
historically,
can I say
Like,
one
etc.
thing?
Hold
But
on,
you're saying
hold
that
on.
I'm an
Ma'am,
African and I'm a
one second.
Bahamian.
Ma'am, can you please just
I
stop for a
am
second?
black, but I'm a Bahamian.
You
Ma'am,
don't
can you
want to be
stop for a
African. There's
second?
something wrong with you.
Brother,
This man
introduce
say I don't want to be African.
Athena. Can you tap into
Yeah.
Athena real quick? Cause let Athena talk to her.
Yeah, hi, I'm Athena up here, Kimberly. No, I was gonna say, like, I feel like this is like, I feel like this is like a fundamental misunderstanding of what Afro-diasporan and African means. Like, Black people globally are Afro-diasporan, which means they are people of African descent, and they're not going to be African today from the motherland, but you are still of African descent, which is why you would be considered Afro-Caribbean, Afro-diasporan. So yes, you are not African today like the people from the motherland, but you are still of African descent.
But that was not the argument. I absolutely agreed that yes, we are all, any person with melanin in their skin are all African descendant or black. But here's what I am saying. You just repeated what I said, but you added
Maybe you
extra words.
confused.
Not
I
any
am not,
person.
I
no,
don't know about
listen
that
to
either. I'm
me.
gonna be honest. I'm
I
African
just said
today.
to you, I just said to
I'm
you,
just an
I
American
just said to
African.
you, I am not an African, but I am a black woman. I am a
That don't make no damn
Bahamian
sense.
woman
Why are
because
you confused?
I was
That's crazy. We
born,
got black
raised
folks up here confused.
Bahamian. We're not talking about where we
You're
came
not from the
from.
you're not from the plantations they brought your ancestors to.
My
Your
God.
ancestors didn't
I
choose to be
cannot
there. They
believe
didn't want
you
to
are
come from
spewing
there.
this
You're choosing to come
over.
from your
We
plantation. That
are
is cognitive
descended from
dissonance. That is Stockholm
African.
syndrome. No, because you're gonna keep talking over
Listen,
me. You're not gonna shut up. That is Stockholm syndrome. There's something wrong with you. You're not from the plantation. You were shipped there like a product. You were shipped there. Your ancestors were shipped there. That's not where you're from. You're not from a plantation that your ancestors were kidnapped and brought to. You are from Africa. You exist. You live in the Caribbean. That is two different things. That's crazy that you don't want to claim Africa. It's okay though. That's what this live is about. You are not about to start claiming South Asian people as black though. That's crazy
That
because
was
they're from Asia.
wild.
Can I
I
say
was gonna
something
say, not
though?
everybody who's melanated is of African descent, because you also have like
thank you.
Indians who are
Isn't that
melanated
what I
who
said?
also.
You said
No,
no.
no,
She
no, no, no,
corrected
no.
Why
Listen.
y'all
you.
tell
No,
me this sister
no.
was about to come
I
up here and eat? Because she
said,
ain't eating nothing. I don't know what you're
no.
talking
I
about.
said,
If you are black, you are from
excuse me.
Africa.
I
Y'all
said what she
don't
just
come up here trying
repeated,
to appease
which
her,
is
and she's
you can
confused
be
as
He's
hell.
not
anywhere.
Y'all
eating.
need to start
Healthy.
standing
You
on
not,
business on my
oh
live,
my
and she gonna
God.
keep talking over me. That's what's annoying. Y'all, if you're gonna come up on my live,
Because she, no, because
y'all need to stand on
she,
business.
she
Stop
basically
speaking in
repeated
nuance
what
in
I
ways where
already
stop.
said.
Ashley,
Yo, y'all
stop.
gotta stop
Stop.
talking over me. It's annoying. This is my show. I'm not here to talk to y'all. I'm here to talk to the audience. And I'm not about to let y'all confuse and misconstrue and have other people going different ways with false information. We're not doing that. Stop speaking in ways in which it's nuanced enough for her to grab onto something that you just said. You said she's not African now, she's Afro diaspora, whatever that means. You're saying that gives her leeway to say, yeah, see, we're not African, but I'm black. Like, no, stop. We have been here in on the west side of the Western Hemisphere. We've been here for 500 years. Most of us less than 500 years. We were in Africa for 300,000 years. You understand? We are from Africa. We stayed in Africa. You line us all up next to those you call African. You couldn't tell until we open our mouths and speak a colonizer's tongue. You wouldn't be able to tell which one of us is from the continent and which one of us is not. We are all
Wait,
African. We just land along there too. That's Stockholm syndrome
but I don't think like
to get you here. So a description of how I got here. Sorry, my friend, you are not black. I don't care how brown your skin is. You are change their phenotype. Dr. Chancellor Williams says they're not African. Deflect and dilute the conversation because to be the indigenous Australians are indigenous rights like
Your mic going out, brother.
here.
Going
You
in
know
and
what I'm
out.
saying? That's not.
That's what I said ew to, not to what you were saying.
Why
But
didn't you say I'm different because I speak English and I live in America, even though my colonizers brought me here? My colonizers whipped English into my ancestors. Especially Yoruban traditions are followed here in the
I
diaspora.
don't necessarily even see the different as a negative thing. The spirituality and made their own new religion. So when people say different, I don't necessarily see it as a bad thing. I think
I
it's
know,
a
but
test.
still, it are different ethnicities. Everyone
Exactly.
African comes from a
New beautiful cultures and ethnicities and flourished as well. That is
Skin tone, the color, does not determine like your race. It's as you mentioned, it's more complicated because, for example,
and phenotypical characteristics as well, depending on where you are on the African continent, right?
damn.
So I hate how
Arab isn't a race.
yeah, Arab isn't a race, true, because people have been Arabized, like when you look at the Sudan region and stuff like that. But people have these misconceptions as well with regards to Ethiopia, Eritrea, Somalia as well. So please actually dig deeper into that history.
That's
And the reset.
something.
and I wanted
Yeah,
to say
that's
something.
yeah.
Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
Go
Oh
ahead,
no,
sister.
just say what
No,
you was gonna
I
say.
just I wanted to say that someone was asking in the comments like why people think that Latino is a race. I have the same question. I don't know, but I can guess that at least from the quote unquote Latino community, they refer to the language, the Spanish, and that the culture, like the ethnicity between quote unquote Latin countries, are very similar. But I don't know why they were like people use it that as a race. That's not a race. That's a way to identify the root of a language. That is, I don't know how to say it in English, but in Spanish it's called lenguas romance. I don't like the literal like translations like romantic language. I don't know what is the exact word in English, but basically those the languages that came from the Latin are basically Spanish, Portuguese, and I don't remember which others. But the point is that the word Latino is referring like to the language, to the root of the language of those kind that were created in a certain part of the world. But the correct term for me is Hispanics because yes, the majority of us we speak Spanish, but Hispanic is not a race either because a
Yeah.
lot of people use that word as a race as well. At the end of the day, white is white in every country in the world, black is black in every country of the world. People just decide to conveniently change the names.
Wow. Yo,
All right, you ready?
Fernanda, where did you hold on? I gotta ask her this. Where did you learn all of this, Fernanda?
You are.
Because the last time that I was here, I mentioned that basically I wasn't like in a race crisis.
Right? Yeah.
I thought
Cause
I was like
I'm like,
driving
yo,
Every
crazy.
time she speaks, you're in awe. You said the
right,
last
because
time.
Dominicans, listen, I grew up around Dominicans. They be off. Like
Yeah, I
she
know.
be on point. I'm
Yeah,
surprised.
yeah, I know, and it's sad because at the end of the day, the white people, the Europeans, they were here first. You know, in the
hmm
Caribbean, more than
hmm
anyone, we are supposed to be clear about this stuff because we have the one that received the consequences first. We saw this first hand. We are not supposed to be proud of our whiteness. That is, we are not white. Like, what
Yeah.
the F? You know what I'm trying to say? So yeah, it
hmm
bothers me. It bothers me a lot that we, yeah, like why? So yeah,
Yeah.
so it was an identity crisis because my mom is white presenting, and so that means that socially in here she's just white, and my dad is dark skinned. So
Yeah.
what I was growing up, I received certain comments from her and from the society that I was very conflicted about because from white people I'm not black, I'm not white enough, but from black people, I'm not black enough. So in the center of everything as well, it was a lot of aggressions, my microaggressions, like with some phrases and with some stuff. And I said, you know what, I need to figure this out for myself because they're definitely not going to do it because they normalize that so much that they do not even realize it.
hmm Yeah. Well,
I
I
think it's so
heard that.
interesting because
Yeah.
oh
Go ahead.
sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, like, Stuart Hall talks about this as well. He's Jamaican, but when we look at the Caribbean, when we look at Latin America, and when we look at the amount of like mixing that was happening between different African ethnicities, between indigenous and African people, um, between Europeans and stuff like that, it kind of like is a bit harder then to categorize different groups of people, because of how reductive race is as a construct as well. And it is genuinely fascinating how Stuart Hall was describing this, and also in general the cultures as well, where he says there is like an African presence, an American presence, and a European presence. And with regard to the African presence, he refers to different cultural contributions that we use or we enjoy on a regular basis, but we don't even realize that they come from Black people. And the American presence is the indigenous presence, the land. And then the European presence is the colonialism, the colonial the disparities, the wealth disparities, the inequalities, the violence that is a result of European colonialism. And so I think Latin America in general is just so fascinating, when it comes to that. But they also try to erase their Black and indigenous population, especially their Black population, with how Argentina like actually tried to like ethnically cleanse
They
their
did.
Black pop
They
systemic.
seceded.
Yeah,
They
exactly.
did. Yeah.
Or how Black people are treated in Colombia, in the Caribbean in
Cuba,
general, in
Brazil,
Cuba,
yeah.
exactly. So it is heartbreaking, it's fascinating, but also it's a testament to the resilience of our ancestors. This is why I hate it when people today say we're not our ancestors. Like they don't know who to mess with. And I'm just like, our ancestors have never ever stopped fighting. They've never, ever stopped fighting. They've always been resilient. And they've actually created all of these beautiful new ethnicities and creations and stuff that we're enjoying today. And we really need to be grateful for them, and know that every single time we walk, we carry all the ancestors that fought for us to even exist today.
All right,
Yeah.
y'all ready?
Go ahead,
I'm
sister.
finna, I'm finna have to pray. Everybody bow your
Mm.
head. Because that little girl earlier got my head hurt. Holy Spirit, activate, activate, activate. Holy Spirit, activate. Hello, hello, and welcome. You are in Brother Legends Live. Again, you guys, you are in Brother Legends Live. I need you to tap that screen. Tap, tap, tap. We need 75K, you guys. Tap the screen, tap in. Go ahead and share the live. Invite your friends, your frenemies, even your enemies. We'll take it. When y'all see the foonery, the buffoonery, and the puffoonery up here, we need you to send those paws. Send the damn paws, y'all. Now, at the end of the day, you've got to subscribe to Brother Legends Live. Don't forget, you can also follow him on
You're killing
YouTube.
me.
Subscribe, 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 and follow Brother Legends Live. Tap that screen, 75K. Leisha don't play. So if you don't tap the screen, she's locking it down. All right, you guys, it's time to play. You are in Brother Legends Live.
Appreciate you, sister. Thank you.
That was hilarious.
She be killing me. We got nobody in the chamber, man. Anybody want to come up and talk? We can.
I'm so sorry that I'm interrupting you. Can I say something very, very
Go
quick?
ahead.
Because I found it. The name in English is the Romance language, also known as the Latin or Neo-Latin languages, are languages that came directly descended from Vulgar Latin. They are only an exact subgroup of Italic languages that came as well for Vulgar Latin, and they are French, Portuguese, Spanish, and Italian. So the people that speak Romance languages are one of those. And yes, that is one of the things in common between Latin America. Why I hate the word Hispanic? Because, for example, we are not all Hispanic. Haitians do not speak Spanish. Jamaicans do not speak Spanish. Brazilians do not speak Spanish. So they're like, basically, we're a whole continent as the others. This is not just US, and we speak like multiple languages. So that's why I don't like the categorization of Hispanic. I rather Romance languages.
I see. Well, yeah. Both of them are, exist. When the people use it as a race, it's the same thing as when they use biracial as a race. They're using a description or, something other than a race to identify themselves racially because it might suit them in the moment. Another thing is like it erases black existence, black people from existing in those spaces. Like when people say I'm Latino or Latina, um, as if it's a race, they're acting like, you know, Afro Latinos don't exist. And same thing with Hispanic.
Yeah, Asian, Latinos, like basically
Right.
what people don't understand, like America is literally a full continent, like
Yeah.
with different countries, with different ethnicities, with different people, with a lot everywhere of black people. What
Hmm.
people do not understand is like we are all colonized except from Haiti, but we're all colonized. So because we are colonized, we still having the consequences through generations of the slavery. And part of
Hmm.
it is language. At the end of the day, Brazil speaks Portuguese because Portugal was doing their thing there. So I think because, I mean, if you look at me, a black woman, and I say, hey, I'm Latina, you will say F you. You're not, you're black. But if Sofia Vergara, if Salma Hayek said that they are Latinas, you're automatically going to believe them. Why?
Yeah.
So, yeah, you're always pushing us out of everything.
Yeah. And there's a reason for this. I made a video on it, but I just deleted it. As we were here, I was just watching like how it was progressing, and it got like 80 likes since we've been up here. I mean, not 80 likes, 80 views. So one thing I know about TikTok, I've been on here for quite a while. When you get a video that you post and it gets like almost no views, like it just like doesn't do anything, that means that they're monitoring it to see if it's something that's, offensive. And
Yeah.
if it, yeah, so I took it down because
Yeah.
I brought up a study that was just conducted. Basically in the study, they did 5 studies. I don't know how many of y'all know who Dr. Frances Cress Welsing is, but she breaks down the reason why racism exists
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
worldwide.
yeah, yeah. She's the one that the study that says blue eyes and brown eyes.
No, that's Jane Elliott.
Oh, okay.
Dr. Frances Cress Welsing's a black woman, and Jane Elliott, she's an anti-racist. So she's great. Appreciate the heart, and she's great. But the thing about Frances Cress Welsing is she talks about why racism exists. The reason psychologically, because she's a psychologist, so she gets into psychologically what goes on worldwide, why it
What's the
exists.
root of the situation?
And in her thesis, she says the number one target of racism, like the system targets the most black men. And she brings up the reason why is because men can impose sex onto women, but it don't work the other way around.
Exactly, okay.
Right? So women can impose a man to have sex. If a woman comes to a man with a one of these and says, "Give it to me now," the
Yeah.
man will be afraid. Fear and adrenaline actually makes you go, hmm. So, that being the case, it's built into us naturally to not be able to be R worded. So
Yeah.
men have the ability, however, just like Europeans had the ability to impose sex onto women. However, when Europeans did that in all these continents from Africa to the Americas, Asia, whenever they did that, they came out with children that didn't look like them. So that put a fear in them that one day the world might not look like them anymore.
Exactly.
So that created an insecurity. And so, based on that insecurity, those that have the most color have the most power because all color come from us. All
Yeah.
colors come from black people. So that means that there's a natural fear of black men imposing sex onto certain women. And now you see this in culture. You see what happened to Emmett Till.
Yeah.
You see what's going on with Jonathan Majors. You see, just a lot. Like just throughout history, there's always been brothers that have been even when they, from trees, they would chop off our esticles. You know what I'm saying? They would chop them
Yeah.
off because that's their fear. Their fear is that genetically will, change the way their community looks.
Quote
The
unquote is
reason I'm
supposed
saying
how
all
it's
of this,
supposed to work.
yeah. Now, the reason I'm saying all of this is because there is a new study out that came out 4 days ago. I told you Dr. Francis Cress Welsing was a psychologist. There's a new study that just came out and was published by the Journal for the American Psychological Association, the APA. These are the top psychologists in the country, where they did 5 studies asking Americans how they felt about black people, right?
Oh yeah.
And
Okay.
did you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they
Like,
said that anti-blackness doesn't come from disdain for black people. It doesn't come from hatred or
yeah.
disdain. It actually comes from fear. And when asked, they said that uniquely, the people that were feared the most were black men, more
Yeah.
than
Yep.
even Asian men.
Have sense.
And then the sick part is that um, in our own community, when they asked fellow black people, black men were also the most feared
Most feared.
because
Yep.
even we believe it. That is why that song "N Words Ain't Shit" by Doja Cat is able to win a Grammy, because
Yeah.
she could say "N words ain't shit." White men will agree. White women will agree.
Yep.
Asian men will agree. Asian women will agree.
The
Black
black
women will
men.
agree. Black
Yeah.
men will also agree with you when you say
Yeah.
"N words ain't shit," because we have internalized their sensibilities so much that we think this about our own men. And when we talk about intersectionality, I just think it's something that we don't talk about enough. But that study, it was done by the American Psychological Association. It can no longer be refuted that Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, who was saying this in the 70s, is correct, because people said that she was crazy back then. So it's kind of crazy.
But that's also to Claude Anderson's point when he kind of did this big speech. I don't know if he was doing like I don't even know what it was. It was almost like a seminar when he speaks on how there's never been research or study done on Black Americans after walking away from that plantation. And he was talking in regards to like how we psychologically fared after being abused for so long, and how it literally had affected us mentally and even physically in some aspects. But I think it's very interesting when he said it, I was like, wow, there has not been a lot of studies in regards to Black people and how everything
Yeah.
has affected them
I'm
even
sorry. I
now
thought I could show it.
in regards to what she's speaking to in all of her
Exactly.
research.
Appreciate you. Talk to us.
Yeah, so lately I've been having conversations with my friends actually in regards to black issues. When a person is doing a lot of this stuff that maybe somebody the black woman and black man relationship, but definitely live and stuff like that.
All
Probably
right. So
because
the
he's
black
trying to
man
prove his
by
blackness.
what's that, D?
I said probably because he's trying to reaffirm the thing.
And with that in mind, which one would be more pro-black? I guess you could say.
The
In your
first couple.
Pro-blackness. Pro-blackness is prioritizing your actions and values. Prioritizing. Priority number 1, your actions and values with what's in the best interest of building the black community. Prioritizing, meaning you put it first. I could put my priorities on the black community because my wife is black. Whatever we do is going to eventually lead to a positive change in the generations of black people to come after us. So
Mhm.
I don't have to think about, is this pro-black or not. So
Mm.
when it comes to a brother that says he's doing things for his community, but he also has a spouse that he prioritizes that is not black, you can't have 2 priorities on the same level. You can have 2
Mhm.
priorities where this one's first, this one's second. And when a man has to choose between his community or his wife, which one does he put first?
Mm.
That's the question. We did not, and this was Dr. Francis Cress Welsing talks about too, is we didn't choose to allow white people into our communities and start marrying them. They chose, after kidnapping us and bringing our ancestors here, that they were going to allow themselves into our community. They made the law change to come into our communities and do this after we already started talking about Black Power and how we wanted to unite in the 60s. So we decided we was going to come together, Black man and Black woman. They decided, well, we can make some compromised brothers if we just tell them that they can have this thing which we've told them they couldn't have for so long, and make them feel like they made a little progress. And now they're going to have to choose between their wife or the community at certain points. And most people are going to choose their wife. So, I would say, that man, if he's doing all of that, that's what's up. A white man can do that though. Bill Gates can go to any protest, be an activist. He can go march. He can donate money. He can do everything that you just said that black man can do. One
Yep.
thing he cannot is raise a black child with knowledge of themselves and you know what I'm saying, like in a healthy family dynamic while we're still under this, imperial racist white society that we're in. So,
For sure.
yeah, so we need black men to do that. We need black men with boots on the ground in our communities, not going other places.
No,
Brother,
100%. Okay.
Brother Legend, I'm gonna say what I said yesterday that brother, that African brother said in that live I was in. Marriage and pairing is the most political and business minded thing you can do because you're pulling two families together, which means that you're doubling your resources in a way and you're building with that community or for that community. And it's truly building for the future. But it's this level of idea, and it's very Western. I feel like it's very much us. That it's love is love, which I will say that all day love. Y'all go ahead and love who you want to love, whatever. But if you're truly focused on seeing your generation, the generation to follow you, actually be able to move in this country with the same level of respect and consideration as other races, then you at some point got to start working on your community and for your community. You can go be a
Yeah.
robot in everybody else's community because you have access to cave couch. Go right ahead. But at the end of the day, stop titling yourself pro-black because you ain't doing nothing that's pushing black people forward. Y'all are actually
Yeah.
adding weight because now we got to consider your others' feelings more than you are prioritizing what's better for your people.
Yeah.
Got you. No, that's good to hear. And then I have another question. This was asked to me today. They asked basically like, I'm sure you've seen that study where they were saying like the average American is going to look like, basically like in it's however many years they'll be like mixed, like as time goes on. Like, have you ever heard that before?
Dr. Francis Cress Welsing talks about that too. The reason they put those reports out is because they're afraid. They're afraid. That's what they're afraid of. They're afraid everyone's going to be mixed. That's the reason why racism, white supremacy exists, is because they don't want us to mix. Because if everyone started mixing, there'd be no more of them. They'd be done. That'd be it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what they're afraid of. They use
They're the
that.
only ones that care about
They're
race.
not They put out those reports, and we look at it and say, "All right, that sounds wow, yeah, it would be nice." They see those reports, and they're putting out those reports to scare the white audience into y'all better vote Republican. We telling you, it's going to look like everybody's going to look like The Rock in a few years. Everybody's going to look like Bruno Mars.
And with that, right? So they posed that as a way to say, wouldn't that kind of make I guess you could say trying to marry within your race futile if eventually like everybody would be mixed?
What?
I mean, that's see what you're talking about right now. This is
Mm-hmm.
European problems. We don't have these problems. There's never been a time in human history where there have not been black people. There's always been us. We're gonna be here. We started this shit. We're gonna be here at the end of this shit. We don't gotta worry about us, going nowhere. That's
So I say
that's
that
not a
to say
concern.
I
Yeah.
said it to say, wouldn't it fix the problem itself in a way?
No. Have you ever talked to
Because
some of the people on this app?
If every white
Mhm.
person on the planet disappeared right now, white supremacy would still exist.
And with that, why do you say that?
Because there's white supremacy in places where there's no white people.
Okay. That makes sense.
But can I ask you a question, Mr. No Cloud?
Yes, ma'am.
What the need, and I need you to think about this, because I think you're friends with a few of the other little brainwashed brothers on this app. The need to include and tie yourself to other people gives value to what in your community?
I don't think he was talking about himself just now. He said
No,
somebody else
brother
asked for
legend,
that.
brother legend. You
All
gotta
right.
follow me, walk with me. I won't lead you down the wrong path, I promise. Why do you think y'all need to be in others space so bad? In other space so bad. It's this level of validation that I'm seeing amongst a lot of young brothers on this app. And I think y'all between the ages of like 18 to 30, somewhere in there. It's very interesting, the dynamic of what you need to solidify while you with Becky. Just go be with Becky, bro. Like, I'll never understand y'all need to like validate it, or I'm still very much black. But no, just go be the other over there and leave black people to go fix the issues that we trying to work on as for our people. And y'all, it's
Question.
weird.
Why are you saying y'all?
Because you are part of a team of people that very much are attached to that weirdness when it comes to others.
How am I a part of it?
You just came up here and said what? That you addressed what in what space earlier?
I literally said that I encourage my friends to be with black women.
Right. Okay,
And
so which friends?
what do you mean which friend? My
Your
friends.
friends. Okay, go ahead. Why you have to encourage it? That's what I'm saying. I need you to think about what you're saying.
Why
Why do you, as
why
a
wouldn't
black
I encourage
person,
it?
listen to what I'm saying to you? Why, as a black man, do you have to encourage your friends to choose themselves, to choose their own people? Why is that necessary? Brainwashing.
The same reason why these lives are necessary.
Oh, it went over his
I'll be
head.
honest. I mean, we know why. It's that we don't have what Marcus Garvey called race pride. Like we've been brainwashed. You know, I know. Younger brothers, man. I don't know. They got y'all. They got y'all a little differently than how they got my generation. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know how old you are. I forgot what you said, but they got Spider-Man with a white T woman. Like they got, y'all got y'all. Every time I scroll down my TikTok, well, not on this page because this page got all the melanated people, but I do have a backup page, and it's not like the algorithm isn't like catered to me yet. But I scroll down there, and everything I see is jiggly and white. Like that's all I see, a bunch of white tee women bounce around, bunch of jiggly bunnies, and I'll be like, "What the hell? Like this? What they getting the brothers on? This what they? You don't even got to go to them sites no more. You know them type of sites. Like even them type of sites was bad for us back in the day because them type of sites when I was young, it was like mostly like you had to find the black folks doing that. Like, but they was doing it with other black folks. Now they done made it a whole thing where it's, the bunny and the mandingo effect and she like they done porn is racist as hell. We don't talk about it because I know a lot of people got sexual shame and shit like that. Our ancestors didn't have that, but you know what I'm saying. End of the day, porn is really fucking racist. I don't know why we don't talk about that, y'all. The fact that even the part of porn that's for us is called ebony, which is an
Right.
object. You know what I'm saying? Like this is kind of crazy. Like why have we not even said nothing about porn? Porn is racist
There's
as
a full
hell.
research and study on it too, on what is seeked out and searched.
Yeah. Yeah, it's bad. But
And we're over fetishized,
right.
particularly black women, interesting enough.
Facts. Well, but black men too. When it comes to that
Oh
topic,
yeah, you know y'all have always been that, but I'm saying,
yeah,
especially when they talk about the member, you know what I'm saying?
that's what I was
But
saying earlier.
yeah,
This is what I was saying earlier about black men being a threat. The reason we're the threat is because we can impose, we can impose sex. So they
Well,
look at us and they fetishize our thing that they see as a threat because they think that we can do with this what they can do with these. We can get rid of all of them. We can make everybody look like Bruno Mars in this bitch. You know what I'm saying?
The whole like
sad part
website
about even knowing that that's a
called
possible
Blacks.
thing is the identity issue. So I mean, it would be amazing if we as black men looked at it and be like, oh, we can go out here and populate the world. And I've heard brothers say this. That's how we're gonna change racism. But what you're doing is you're creating another person that looks just like you that is worse than the people that are already in a level of oppression because there's a disconnect within our community and no not enough love and acknowledgement within ourselves as a people. See, at some point we got to realize we got to fix ourselves before we start trying to go out here and try to quote unquote love everyone else when we don't even love our own people. We haven't even had an opportunity to build with our own people. So I mean, I find it interesting that the young boys being targeted the way they are. It's very interesting.
Any black man that thinks it's revolutionary to be with the daughters of our oppressor he's lost. He's in cognitive dissonance because when she interacts with you, it is with a sense of entitlement and superiority. We forget that because we look at them and we see them as human, and we don't want to believe that they look down on us, and we try to think things a little bit. No, she knows that she has more ability to affect your life than you have an ability to affect her life. She has a little bit more control in any situation because of the color of her skin. And that's why she's with you and not a white man. Because when she's with a white man, she don't got that privilege. So she comes to you because she feels a little bit more safe around you because she knows that she can at least, if anything, put that leash around your neck. But I'll go to the next guest. I appreciate you, No Clout. Um, thanks for
Try to
contributing
stay
that to the
black.
live.
thank you. I
D,
appreciate
D,
it.
D not a fan, but I'm gonna wait till you say something
Wait,
crazy on my live before we. You
I
And
didn't
just
say
said
nothing
stay
crazy
black.
today.
I will say, in all respect to D, I will say, like you should definitely be careful about the type of like
You gonna
narrative
mess it
that
up?
you can. You said don't mess it up.
No,
Don't
you
mess
talking
it
to
up.
me?
Just
Oh no
go.
no no
You
no no
You
good.
no
talking to
no!
me?
I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say. The reason why
Yeah,
is
say what you
because
gonna say.
at the end of the day, let's just say she referred to
Leave that hole. Let him do it.
young people like me, right? They're
Mm-hmm.
still gonna come onto this live. It's still gonna come across their For You page.
Mm-hmm.
It's not. I don't think you should assume anything from when you're trying to deliver a message to
Mm-hmm.
somebody. I
You
don't think
think this is
it's
my first time seeing you
seeing me where.
anywhere?
I mean,
All right, let's go. Let's move on. I'm
Right.
trying to tell
Yeah,
you. I'm
just
trying
move
to tell
on.
you.
Move on.
Yeah, let's just go. Let's go. We when you say something crazy on this app on my live, then we'll
I, I
talk. But
I would
until then,
never say anything crazy. But yeah,
all right, cool.
nonetheless, I
I
still
hope not.
appreciate your input for sure.
Yes, sir.
Can I say something
All right,
really
man.
quick?
Peace and Pan Africanism. We're gonna go to the next guest. Everybody, don't forget to tap like. Let's get to 100, man. Let's get to 100. It's 351 of y'all in here, man. Tap like up top. I appreciate you. I see you, Sister Alicia. Appreciate you. Keep tapping like, y'all. Let's get to 100, man. Please. I don't know. We've been kind of chilling on the likes today, but I gotta get to at least 100 before I can.
Alicia gonna lock you down if they don't get it together.
Oh my
Tap
God.
the
Yeah.
screen. Let me stop. Tap the screen, y'all.
Please tap the screen. All
I
right.
actually heard that
Before you start, please, we go in order. We got one more person before, or two more people before you.
no. I wasn't gonna say my piece. I was gonna say when you were talking about
All right.
tapping the screen, I was just gonna say
It's
I
not
heard
your
that.
turn yet, ma'am. You
No,
got to slow down.
no. I'm not talking.
Listen, we got this on lock on this side. Just relax. We got it. It's all good.
I was just saying if you're in the box, you shouldn't be tapping on the
We
screen.
We
already
know.
know this, ma'am. We good.
All right, Gifted, talk to us. Give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
36. I'm black, first generation Nigerian American. He and him.
All right. What society are you from? I call it society, but what tribe, if that's your word,
Igbo.
All right, all right. Shout out to my Igbo brothers and sisters. Hold on. Thanks for joining. Talk to us.
Yeah, so that first question, can interracial relationships be problematic? I think that they can be. The reason why I say that is because, and I tell black people this all the time, like, date who you want, just know that if you choose to date outside of your race, if you choose to date outside of black people, be prepared for the racial microaggressions that come with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't be with someone non-black and then when they or their family members or their friends say something that's racially insensitive around you, you feel in a way, it's like, what did you expect? You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? And then there's the differences in culture too. Like, you know what I'm saying? Not all cultures raise everybody the same. So you could clash on that as well. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
Mm-hmm.
I think based on all of that, interracial relationships can be problematic. I'm not saying they all gonna be problematic, but just based on that alone, the racial differences can make it problematic to a point. Now, as far as the preference versus fetishization, I want to take it back to when Alfonso Ribeiro got on stage with the rock band and fetishized all the white girls in the crowd. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That in itself is fetishization because it's like he's objectifying white women. You know what I'm saying? Like they're a thing. You know what I'm saying? Now,
Yeah, we had
preference.
someone do that earlier.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if it's a preference, I mean, if you just like a specific group of people, if you're attracted to a specific group of people, and I mean, that's it. You know what I'm saying? But when you objectify them the way Alfonso Ribeiro did, then that's what makes it fetishization. As far as being pro-black with a non-black spouse, I don't see that. I don't see how that's possible because, I mean, what's more pro-black than, like, how can you be pro-black but then you're not procreating with black people? That's like the number one most revolutionary thing black people can do is create more black people. You know what I'm saying? You can do all of this stuff for your community and everything. You could give back, but I feel like being pro-black is a lifestyle and it's also a sacrifice too. It's like you can't be all for black people on one half of your life and then on the other half your spouse is white or your spouse is Asian. It makes no sense. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's kind of where I'm at with all of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
What grade you give them, D?
Let's see.
A C?
I was gonna give him like a B, but we ain't mad at you because honestly, when he told me he's Igbo, I got kind of nervous.
Why?
Nigerians, I be getting nervous, man. Nigerians, it's like 50-50, man. Some of y'all, come up and I'm not saying it's because they Nigerian. I'm just saying, some of us as black people have internalized the mindset of our oppressors so much, and it be a thing, man. Especially the brothers, the Nigerian sisters, they hold it down a little bit more. They hold it down, but you did. Nah, I think you did pretty all right. Especially on the pro-black with a non-black spouse question, because people, especially brothers, tend to try to make room for that, and I don't
C
see
plus.
C+. Okay, all right, we getting there. You know what I'm saying? Brothers be missing that question, and then you can't. I would say you can't have a preference for any group of people. Well, in a race, I would say any group of people, unless I don't know. Um, could you? I don't know. Could you have a preference for an ethnic group outside of your own? I guess not. I I don't know. I guess not. Because if I say I like Latina women, What do I like about them? That they speak Spanish. Not all of them speak Spanish. I know some Latino women that don't speak Spanish. They don't all eat the same. They don't all, like. What would I say I like about them? They're not all.
To
You know.
to be honest with you, like, I mean, I couldn't. My only preference is black women. So, I mean, when somebody
Yeah,
tells me that,
yeah, that's your own people. So that's different. That's not a
yeah,
fetish. Yeah.
yeah, but I'm saying, like, I couldn't tell you, like, you know, about preferences of other women of other races, because it's like I can't relate. You know what I mean?
I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah,
yeah,
because the thing with black women is they have a unique. We as black men have a unique bond to black women in the fact that we can love ourselves through them. So they understand us when we speak. Like if you get frustrated, if you would get frustrated in front of a woman of any race, well, me, I'm gonna talk for myself. If I was to get frustrated in front of a random woman of any race, I prefer to be a black woman because she might actually understand our lingo enough, know how we talk, know that I'm not as much of a threat as a white tea woman might think. Like I
Oh
used
my
to when I was
God.
in fourth grade, I used to say my bad. Like when I made a mistake, I'd be like my bad, and my white teacher used to tell me, "You're not bad. You're not bad. Don't say that." And I actually got in trouble for saying my bad. She didn't understand. She thought I kept saying I'm bad, and I'm like, no. So
Can I say
that's
something
the
to that
thing.
real quick, brother?
Yeah.
You said that, and me and my brother had this conversation less than 2 weeks ago, and he said when he dated outside of his race, he wouldn't. It's like you got to be cautious of you having an angry moment because they immediately get like, oh my God, he's upset. It's like a fear factor. Whereas
Yeah.
he said the woman that he's with, that he's married to, he can, yell, scream, whatever, and it's not a immediate like, oh my God, you're gonna do something to me. That is crazy that you said that.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna,
No, that's real. I mean, there is one time where I was drunk and I was talking. I was just like I kind of my voice kind of projects. Like I'm kind of like I have a project. My voice get kind of loud, and I was drunk, so I'm talking kind of loud. We was at a party, and I was talking to this African sister. I'm not sure what country she was from, but she told me I had to stop talking to her because um, she was like, your voice projects. It's very booming, and it reminds me of my father. So she told me I had to chill. And then ever since then, like I don't know, I was young when this happened. I was like, all right, I gotta watch how I talk to people. But yeah, that's the only. But she wasn't about to call the cops or nothing. I'll tell you that much. But yeah,
But
that's
let
real.
me say something real quick to what you talking about.
Yeah, go ahead.
So say a black man is in an interracial situation, right? In a
Hmm.
predicament like that. You at a club or somewhere and you get into something. If you got a pale lady by your side, her ass gonna be scared. She's not gonna protect you being a black man. She's gonna throw you to the goddamn wolves.
and
Right.
run.
And if you look at pictures or illustrations of when colonizers did what they did to Africans, you see women with machetes protecting their men, and their
Yeah.
kids. So
Hmm.
that's that love thing between black men and black women that's important. This is
Yeah.
why to any of this interracial nonsense, it shouldn't happen because that woman, if she's not part of your race or
Hmm.
somebody who understands you, to my point
Hmm.
earlier, she will literally throw you out to the wolves because she's in fear of what's going to happen to you. She's not going to try to jump in and protect you.
Yeah.
I
That's
land.
facts. That's facts. I mean, yeah. And especially the Haitian women. I've been looking up some stuff in the Haitian Revolution, man. Them Haitian women was like, I mean, my whole life I kind of like had a certain respect for Haitian women because my godmother was Haitian growing up, but they don't play. Them Haitian women, oh my!
Yeah, my
Shout out to
people,
the
them
Haitian
girls, we still
sisters.
mess around with machetes, but I don't need to throw that out there. That's why
That's what I'm
I threw
saying.
that out there. That's an
Yeah,
African thing. Yeah, That's definitely African. Like that's we
Yeah.
don't play. Listen, some men we scared of our women for that fact. Like we don't play that in Honduras.
Yeah, nah, never go on a date with a Haitian woman and she give you spaghetti. Don't eat it. Don't eat it. She trying to set you up. Get up out of there. Leave. If she give you spaghetti, that's a thing. I don't. I might be giving away somebody's secrets, but I'm trying to save the brothers. If she give you spaghetti or anything red, don't eat it. Do not eat it.
I wish I
Nothing
would have
red.
learned about that a few years ago because I went out with a Haitian chick before and she gave me some spaghetti, but that was before I even heard any about what they try to do. So I think I turned out fine
Do you know
though.
what I'm talking about?
You know
Uh,
what they put in that spaghetti?
yeah, what they put like I don't know, some kind of like spell or something. That's what I heard.
Oh, it's a spell,
She
but
put
Like
it's
I ain't gonna
wild.
hold you. I'm Black
Leisha got
American,
it.
and my cousins was talking about doing stuff to the boys they like with that. So I mean, I was a little girl hearing that.
Yeah. I mean, I know an African American woman that put Raid all in her man food. She was trying to get him up out of here.
What?
She put Raid in his food, dead ass. She
That is
was
not the
not
same.
playing. Yeah, that was her baby father. That man was crazy though.
Gotta take him out.
Yeah, Raid, crazy. Like
that's
just
crazy.
we walked in, she was doing it. We were like, what the hell? But
Well,
yeah,
maybe I was on her good side when it happened to me because we never had any problems.
you would
So
never
You
know.
were
You
you
would
were
never know.
favored. She did that to kind of supposed to be like a love thing. Like you will be obsessed with her because she put her special juices in it.
Don't
ah,
eat it. Yeah, yeah. Special
okay.
sauce, red sauce. All right, y'all. Um, I'm telling you, be careful. Careful, them Haitian girls don't play. Shout out to them sisters though. You know what I'm saying? Spiritually protected by some of them. I'm gonna go to the next guest. Thanks for giving us a word, gifted.
No
Um,
problem.
I lost my old. I think I lost my old phone. Give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
I'm 34. She, her. What was the other question?
Race.
Black.
Talk to
African.
us.
I was just gonna say, first of all, I've been in your comments for a while, and I've been on live for a while, and you make me really nervous, only because I like I will say I like learning things. I like learning new things, and I don't think that that's ignorant. Because I like learning, but you intimidate me a little bit. So I'm careful with my words. I had to turn the comments off. But what I wanted to say was, I lived in South Africa for a while, and I met someone. She was white, like as white as you can be, like Milwaukee, blonde hair, blue eyes. Um, and it was my first like same-sex relationship, and the reason why it was problematic, I guess I'm going to your first point, can interracial relationships be problematic? It got problematic when it was around the George Floyd era, and I was visiting her in Milwaukee, and I protest everything. If there's any time to protest something, you better believe I'm going to be out there protesting. And I just feel like I don't have the time to explain why I'm mad. I need you to automatically be mad at the same time I am. I don't have time to sit around and explain to you why this is a problem. I don't have time to explain to you why this man was unalived in broad daylight on every single news network. And so that bothered me a lot. And I just was like, I feel like after that relationship, I was like, I would never date outside my race again, you know? And like, love is love. You fall in love with who you fall in love with. But that just didn't work out for me in that way.
Why make you nervous? Why you say that? I'm just
Because
curious.
Well, not to even mention the comments, but as soon as I came into the comments, the very first, I didn't even say anything. This was before I was even like, oh, if you're in the bot, and y'all were like, wait your turn. This was before that even. The first comment I saw was like, white devil, we don't need your opinion. I was like, damn. I mean, I'm not white, and I feel like that's really ignorant as a black person to not know that we come in all colors, and I'm not.
But you said I made you nervous. I didn't say that.
No. You didn't say that, but you make me
Oh,
nervous because I feel like I'm not as um I'm not as educated as I should be when it comes to like black culture and
what that
things
got to
that
do with me?
because you are. Because you are.
Okay, so it sounds like you just got some reading to do. Ain't that's not that don't got nothing to do with me making you nervous. That was 5, or y'all playing with me? Was that 5?
Nah, we needed one more.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think it was more than five.
Damn, y'all, come on,
It was
man.
more than 5. That was 5.
We needed one
They had
more.
been sending them when she first got up on
Oh,
the stage. Y'all didn't see them. As soon as she started talking, they started sending the power.
oh, word. Oh, all right. Well,
Oh,
thank
yeah,
y'all
we
for the
needed just one
transfer.
more.
Y'all don't come up here nervous, man. I did not just talk about the statistic, the study that was done that said that even black people are mostly they associate black men with physical threat. That's what that's
Hello.
literally. So don't come up here being threatened by black men. Y'all got to stop internalizing white supremacy. Um, I don't know what your name is,
My name is
Mister E.
Mariam.
Mr. Ree.
No, my name is Mariam.
All right. Could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
I am 26 and my pronouns I'm female and I'm from Iraq.
What's your
But I
race?
live in London. My race
Ma'am, you
is
sound
Arab.
muffled. We can't hear you. You're not coming in
Oh,
clear. Can you
can you
mute
hear
and
me?
unmute 2 to 3 times or talk into your phone directly, please?
Can you hear me now?
You sound like you hiding under the bed or something.
Oh no.
Speak up.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. I mean, it's not much better, but what is are you a black? You say you from Iran,
Iraq.
Iraq? Are you black? Are you an
No, I'm
Asian?
Arab.
Arab is not a race.
Arab is a race. Middle Eastern. Arab is a race.
Yeah, you Asian. You
Okay, yeah,
brown.
continent Asian.
All right. Yeah, you
Yellow.
Asian.
People like to call us yellow.
Yeah, that's
What do
Asian.
they call Asian people?
No, so when you say Asian, it's basically East Asian, Oriental, or whatnot. But when you say Arab, it's very different.
No, it's not.
Yes, so the continent is Asia, but it's in the Middle East.
I mean, if you want to be picky, technically, based on Americans, you're white.
Yeah. Skin color white.
So, yeah, so you're just,
But my ethnicity is not white,
well, there's
based
no
on the
such thing
world.
as a white ethnicity. It's a
Yes,
race.
there is.
What is a white ethnicity? What does
I
that
mean,
include?
I don't know if you guys have it, but in our forms, when you fill out a medical form, your ethnicity, is it white, is it Arab, is it black or mixed, or is it
That's a
Asian?
race. So I think you're
So,
mixing up. You know, there's black Arab people, right?
yeah, of course. I've
So
been there.
then, so then, how is Arab a race if they're black? They're two races.
That was a good one.
No, that's a skin color.
Okay, you missed
So
it.
if you go to Iraq,
She don't understand. Listen, Miss whatever your name is. Listen, let's get to the questions because I done
yeah,
read too
let's get to the
much
question.
for somebody that don't know what they talking about. Let's just go ahead.
So, can interracial relationships be problematic? They can be problematic depending on the people, and more than that, depending on the families.
Can you elaborate how?
So, for
And what do you mean
example,
by dependent? And
So,
what
for
kind of
example,
people? Please expound on all your points.
so I'm Arab, right?
You white.
Boy, I don't know how it works in America, but in
Watch your
the freaking
mouth.
world,
Bitch, first of
Arab
all,
is
he
not
ain't
a
Homie,
no
it's not
he
a
ain't
race.
boy.
no
Hold on, hold
boy.
on, hold on.
Hold on,
That's a
hold on.
grown man. That's
First
not
of
a
all, he
boy.
ain't
yeah,
no
and I'm a
boy.
One.
grown woman,
But
and
ma'am,
I'm a
can you
grown
No,
elaborate
woman.
on your
right there,
points?
it
My
don't matter
fault,
what
D. Go
you
ahead,
are. He
sister.
ain't no boy. He ain't no boy. That's what he's not gonna be. Tickle me fancy.
I didn't know I came up here to be disrespectful,
You,
but
You call me
I
a
didn't come up
boy.
here at all. You didn't have to come up here and call him a boy.
you're trying
That's
to
how you know
tell
you
me
don't know.
that
You don't
Arab
even
is
know what
not
the
an
hell you are.
ethnicity.
You're not a race. That's not a race.
So
Newsflash.
what is it? So what is it?
It's
It's an
you being an ass.
ethnicity. Bye bye. Shout out to everybody. Appreciate y'all. Thank you for the Panther pause. There's a lot of there's a lot of anti-blackness in the Arab community, and we talk about it, but Arab itself is not a race. There are Arab people of all different types of races. There's Arab people that are black from the African continent. There's Arab because Arab as an ethnicity started in Africa. So we can even talk about that. How it started in Africa and then left Africa and came back to dominate Africa. It was a whole thing. But anyway, um, wise guy, give us your age, race, and pronouns.
Give you my what?
Your age, your race, and your pronouns.
White, 29. Uh, Pronouns?
He,
He.
she, they. Okay.
I'm
Talk to
a
us.
him. I'm a he. Like
All
I'm a
right, talk
man.
to us. Mm-hmm.
And what I want to say is, honestly,
Are you going to answer the questions?
He could
which
swallow what's in
question?
his
Which
mouth.
question?
Shit.
Because I think justice for Jonathan Lewis.
Okay, that's good. Weirdo.
Yeah, get him up out of here. We ain't doing that.
Yeah, what is that? Like,
I don't know. I got
seeing
him up
somebody
out of here.
write that, like I seen comments and
That's the
somebody else.
young.
Wow.
I think that's that little young YT boy that was on the
Okay,
bottom.
yeah, I saw somebody spamming
But
that
this is
somewhere
the thing
else.
about that
I think
situation.
yesterday or the day before that or something.
If
Yeah, I
anybody
don't know
brings
what
it
that
up,
is.
they trying to make it a hate crime. They trying to say it like a hate crime. The detective that's on the case said it's definitely not a hate crime. This child was saying, so I guess some slurs and whatnot, and it was a mixed group of kids. It wasn't just black kids that did this.
I got you.
I told y'all. I told y'all this was coming. I told y'all this was coming through the whole summer. I said, y'all, you go on these lives and you see these black people like Jeff Mead saying that black people can be racist. Now, what happens when they start to punish black people for being racist? What happens when they start to punish black people for retaliating against oppression? What happens? Because now speaking up against oppression is racist. So what happens when they start saying that was wrong, that was racist, we're going to do something about it? That I kept saying it. I kept saying anybody that says black people can be racist is taking part in our genocide. That's what I'm telling y'all. That's what that I'm telling you is on the way. Eventually, we're gonna have to watch what we say, or we're gonna be persecuted for it. What's good, Midnight?
I'm just chilling, man. I'm just listening.
All right, appreciate you.
You know,
Yeah, that's wild. I don't know nothing about that story. I'm gonna look it up. I've been doing too much research into Africa and Haiti, but I'll look up that
Yeah,
story,
I think I
man.
sent you something too. It's not about that story, but I think I sent you something in regards to that yesterday or
Where? All
today.
right. Yeah, I'll
no, I
check it
was.
out.
I'm. I think that kid was beat up by or whatever happened. I think it was like 14 kids or something like that. I don't know the ins and
10.
outs of it, but
Yeah.
look, you're not going to get your butt kicked just cause. If you, everyone on this panel has been through that whole situation in their lives where someone says something and you just look at them like, if I do something, I'm going to go to jail, right?
Yeah.
And And now, I mean, we're in a situation where, like you said, you know, now when you have dusty ass black people out there who don't know that don't know that they're black, okay,
Mm-hmm.
and they're saying things like black people can be racist. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, they're enabling it. They're telling the oppressor, "Hey, we're bad people. We can be bad people too." In a way that you have only been historically able to wield the power of racism, we can now wield it against you. So here's another thing for you to be. They're helping fearmonger and antagonize white people, and so that's what ends up happening. Like now we're gonna have a bunch of Cape Crusaders hopping on my live and trying to say that just by us speaking against oppression because they feel attacked that we are now the problem. um Let me talk to this new guest and then I'll come back to Gifted. 37, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns?
Yeah, I'm black, 23, him, he, and
All
let's
right,
see.
talk to us.
All right, can interracial relationships be problematic? Yes. Is it preference of fetish? Yeah, some brothers do try to, get the, as fetish kind of stuff. Sorry if I'm mumbling.
No, you're right, somebody came up here with that earlier. That was crazy.
Yeah, okay. Can you be pro-black with a non-black spouse? Nah. No, you gotta stay with your sister, you know what I'm saying? Can black and white cultures coexist? No, because they stole our stuff and then try to make it as like theirs. So I'm like, they don't really have a culture but thieving. If that, you know what I'm saying? Because like Bill Cosby even said that I forgot the name of the mask, but they recolored it and just shaped it all different, but it was the same thing. I think it was Picasso.
Picasso, yep.
Yeah, Picasso, yeah, and they just
Yep.
reshaped that, man. So they
Mm-hmm.
ain't really got no culture, and that's all I really wanted to say.
Yeah. Well, that was facts. I'll give him an A. That's the first A of the day.
Thanks, man.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you.
I agree.
Yeah. It could be so simple if y'all just come up here and just keep it a band. People come up here and try to like make nuances where they don't need to be. Um, Gifted, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns?
Yeah, I was in here before, man.
Yeah.
36.
I'm sorry. You don't have to do
That's
that
our
again.
C
My,
plus
my
student.
bad.
No, stop playing.
Talk to us. Yeah.
Yeah, the reason why I jumped back in is because I forgot to ask D, but I wanted to ask why she gave me a C plus and maybe, yeah, I just wanted to learn. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to be a student right now to see where I messed up at. Maybe I can learn a little something. So that's why I
Oh
wanted to
Lord.
ask.
Okay, so I can't remember exactly what you said, but oh God, oh man, I hate when people throw. You should have asked me when I said it.
I'm
Shit,
sorry, I forgot to ask you.
because when you said it, it was like I was like, what? I think you left something open ended because you did say something about love is love, but and you gave that like dialogue, but I can't remember exactly what you said, but it threw me off.
I
Sorry.
never said love was love. That wasn't me.
You said it's you. Okay, well, if it wasn't you, did you say something
That's what
along
I'm
the lines
saying.
of?
Yeah, I can't even remember
I
what
can't
you said. I
remember. Shit.
Yeah.
So
I thought you said love is like people can think that love is love, but and you said it kind of like you went back to pro blackness. But
so what I was saying
I
about
do. I'm sorry.
what I was saying about interracial relationships being problematic, I said that they can be, and then I said something along the lines of, folks can date who they want, but if you're going to date outside of the black community, be prepared for the racial microaggressions that come with it. And then
Yeah, that was some of it. Yeah,
and
because you know
then
what it made me think of. You're thinking of microaggressions, but I said this to a lot of black people that date outside their race. How far down the line of a family member do you go before you run into the cans and the coos and the others?
Mm.
So you have now tied yourself into a family that literally spews that hatred. It's the idea that we minimize it to microaggressions more than the reality that your life is now in jeopardy or in danger, and you're now in
got you,
proximity to danger.
got you. Understood. The pro-black thing, I was pretty much saying you can't be pro-black if your spouse is not black. I mean, that's basically the gist of what I was saying in regards to that.
I agree. I totally
Yeah,
agree. You
yeah.
still you want a C plus plus?
I mean, I just wanted to see what I missed, or if I messed up
It wasn't
somewhere.
nothing
Maybe
crazy. I grade hard. I'm rude. I'm sorry.
it's understood. I get it. It's all good. But yeah, that was really all I wanted to say, though.
You know what it is too? People when people explain a lot, like you said, brother, when they give like um it kind of opens the door to it being like a left turn when they was already on the right path. That's the thing.
Gotcha.
You know what it is in America, the gifted? In America, you have to, as a black man, especially in America, you have to keep your head on a swivel, okay? Because the microaggressions or this just the straight up racism is always in your face. It's
Right.
always in your face. And you, as a man who's from Nigeria, who did you grow up in Nigeria or did you grow up here in the United States?
I grew up here in the States. My parents are Nigerian. They
Okay.
immigrated here, yeah.
Yeah. So then I mean, but I mean, your culture in your family, in your home, the way you grow up is completely different than the culture that's outside of the home, the American culture that because your parents are from Nigeria, the way they see, well, of course they're in America, but the way they see things is definitely a different lens than yours as a young black man, a young Nigerian black man in America. So the bottom line is just realizes that this is I always say this, it's an anti-black country, and that's what you have to realize. Like what, no matter what, okay? Um, yeah, they're just certain things that we're not going to get past when it comes to YT people. They are who they are. So
Yeah. All right. Sounds like y'all got him together. Appreciate you.
I appreciate it,
Um,
y'all.
yes, sir.
Holy
Thanks for
Spirit,
coming up. Let me
activate.
make sure I follow you. Feel
Can we
free to
get
come up again.
150? Let's get 150. We need to
Yeah, I
tap,
was
tap,
about to
tap,
do
tap,
that.
tap, 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 tap the damn screen. All right, I'm done.
Lord Diva.
All
Yeah,
right.
Legend, let me just do the
Yeah.
a break real quick.
Mm-hmm.
We got almost 400 people in here, y'all. We need y'all all tapping. Y'all slacking on the tapping. If y'all tap the screen long enough for the people in the comments, you'll start to see a bar pull up. If you fill up that bar at least 3 times, we can get to, let me say, over 140K in no time. Make sure y'all tap the screen and let's get these shares up. We at 35 now. Let's get to, I guess, 50 shares. So share it live with up to 10 people. Make sure you gifting the host Legend. Gift them to get him more diamonds and move him up in the rankings so more people can see this live on the FYP. If you're new to the live or this platform, make sure you follow the host. The goal is to get the host. Well, he already at 30K. It's been a day. So
Send
shout
Oh,
out
I'm
me a
to
at
your
30?
30K
unicorn.
followers. Yeah.
Hey, I'm at 30.
You at 30K. That's crazy. I think
I
it took
need
like
that
2 weeks, right? To get
unicorn.
like
I need
over
it.
Yeah.
500 followers.
Yeah. That's
Well,
because
3 weeks because I was
you know what
banned.
gets me mad followers? I gotta post a video that go viral, but um I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest with you. I be nervous kind of making videos because when them videos when TikTok takes them down, you get a strike on your account. You get too many of those, and they take my account down. So I can be more
Mm.
open on here, but
Yeah, that's why I
videos,
don't make videos at all. Because you know how I talk and what I do. My account would have been gone. I
right?
would have been gone
They
out of
said the
here. That's
same
why I
thing
don't make
about
videos.
me. They said where your
Um,
videos at?
but
Yeah,
let me just So let's get to 140K plus. Make sure you share the live, gift the host, and gift
yeah,
Diva. Even though she be trying to tell y'all to throw a line out there to
Send
get me
me
off
a
the panel.
unicorn. I
Make sure
want a
y'all gift the
unicorn.
co-host. Let's get to 140K, and I'm gonna mute.
appreciate you. All right, y'all. We got two new guests, Nunya Could you give us your age, race, and pronouns real quick?
What's up? 39. You know me. I've been here before.
No, I know,
39.
I know, I know. But
Look,
just for the
what's
live,
up?
Nah, I
yeah.
know what's up. 39
Greetings.
black greetings, Ashe. 39's black and he, him, his, they, them, theirs. I just want to say real
Absolutely.
quickly, what we not gonna do is we not gonna downgrade because I heard 50,000, so we ain't gonna jump back from 50 to 40. Now I want to see 150. These people have been asking. They polite. They hosting a really great space. There's 300 people in here. Let's get these likes up. I need to see it tap in because if they shut off the comments, I'm not gonna feel sorry for you. Let's get to tapping, folks. And we wanted at 160. That's what we wanted at because I believe that y'all are capable of that. We wanted at 160. But yeah,
Appreciate you, bro.
that's what's up. But I mean, I guess I already know your topic. Can interracial relationships
Yeah.
be problematic? They absolutely can, and especially if you're dealing with like untrained Wahite people and goofy ass, usually black men, but like you got some black women that be goofy too. But like it depends on the party. But yeah, no, inherently they can be problematic because we live in an anti-black society, as my good brother Midnight said, and yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a preference or a fetishization? Now, see, that's where it gets tricky for me. I think that I think for some people, it's just simply no. Let me finish. Let me land. I think for some
Yo, that's
people, it's
crazy. Me,
simply
myself,
how
and
they.
I. Yo, that's crazy. She be going in.
What happened?
Yo, D, hold on, Nunya. Yo, D, what's
Wait
the
a
unicorn mean?
mother freaking minute. You said the gosh darn unicorn. That was beautiful. Oh my God. I
Who's the
love
unicorn
it.
for, D?
I just want to see it. I want to see it. That was awesome.
Oh,
I'm
you
dead.
funny. I thought the unicorn was to get speak out of here.
Nah,
Oh
the
no, I just
lion
want
is
to
for
see it.
me. Unicorn is for D, but I don't know if y'all you
But
really
that
want to
was
do that, bro.
so
That's
lit.
crazy.
So you have to
Okay,
That's
you
drop
can
D.
drop me.
hilarious.
I don't care.
No, don't drop D. Don't drop D. We keep D. Thank you for the unicorn. All right. Nunya, go ahead. That was a whole side joke going on.
Nah,
Go
I
ahead.
get it.
Nah, real quick, hold on. Shout out to me, myself, and I, man. She did it twice. First it was that week, and now this. Yo, she be going in. Shout out. That's support right there. She definitely
Facts.
do be supporting the platform. So shout out to me, myself, and I for. She be wilding with the Panthers too, but shout out to me, myself, and
Yeah.
I. Let me shut the hell up, man.
All right. Go ahead, Nunya.
Yeah, so I feel like for some people, like it's just who they are attracted to. I think that it becomes a fetish when you start telling yourself a story about it. But I think for the most part, it's I won't say it's a. I mean, like it's inherently racist, but I do think that like it does have to do with like how people are influenced and who they find attractive based on proximity or like whatever reasons they may have. Hold on one second. Let me see. Can you be pro-black with a non-black spouse? I think you can have pro-black feelings. I think you can care very deeply for this community. No, I do. I think you can
I
care
know
very
you
deeply
lying.
for this community. I think that you can desire what's best. I Yeah, I mean, I'm not of the people are people ilk, but I do believe that you do have some white people that really do work at like their anti-racism. So I don't know. Like I'm still on the fence with that one. I know where you at with it, but I'm still like I still am trying to figure out that one. Like at least intellectually, I'm trying to understand it. And can black and white cultures fully coexist in a healthy relationship slash family? No, because there's always going to be that problematic auntie. Even if your whole family did anti-racist work, like you always gonna have like the undertones, the undercurrents. So no, I don't think that they can exist without problems. I don't, and especially without racialized problems, because every family's gonna have problems. But like, I think that like black and white relationships inherently invite racialized issues or at least challenges onto the
Mm-hmm.
plate.
Okay. All right. Damn. So I would say we talking like a. What you give him, D?
Don't hurt me.
A F.
Damn.
You failed.
Damn.
I'm
I was gonna
sorry.
say.
You really
I
wasn't
was
fucking
gonna
with the
say
black and
like.
white, the non-spouse
You
one.
had me feeling like you are having an emotional tie to being your pro. I am pro Negro. I feel it. But then in the same breath, go on the other side of the fence to be like, but I love. I feel like I'm pro black. What are we doing?
Well, no,
Why
that's
you
not what I'm
doing, Sag?
saying. So I
Now,
honestly
now,
believe. Oh, sorry, sister. Go ahead.
I'm listening. Go ahead. I want to hear this.
No, that's not. So, like, I honestly believe, like, to be pro-black is to not only like be involved in the community, and I do still think that you can be involved in the community
Well,
building.
I feel like a unicorn. Does that make me a unicorn?
Well, no, but I mean, like, there's the outcome of like black men or black women who are with white partners and who still build within this community. But also, like, the feelings that they hold for this community that drive those actions, and I've seen black people harness their white relationships for the betterment of this
Oh
community.
my God. Why do you feel like you have to hold back? Listen, this is the thing that I don't understand, and I'm finna shade brother and everybody down here that date outside y'all race. I don't understand the intrigueness. I don't understand the attraction. No, no shade, no tea. But I love my people to the core. I love you so much. I'm willing to be single before I take anything.
Oh
I don't have a
shit!
problem with not dealing with nothing if it don't look like me. But the
Yeah.
issue in this is saying that you don't have enough either self-restraint, self-control, or self-respect where you're gonna choose yourself in every aspect. Because my child needs to see black love, black unity, black building. I need my community to look like me. I went to a HBCU, so I didn't been to Wakanda. And when you actually experience Wakanda in real time, and you on campus and you seeing a diverse group of black people, you loving your people, and they so different and unique, but we all be on the same rhythm and rhyme. I am sorry, that world exists, and I need to see it every day. But it's this thought process that you have to include everyone, so you have to water yourself down for the world to feel comfortable while you still say you love and preference yourself, but you choosing something else. Get out of my face. That's a lie, nigga. That's a lie.
Nanya,
Sorry.
You
Nanya,
give me a whole F though. I mean, I failed on the rest of them too, sis. Damn.
Nanya, Nanya,
Um.
Nanya. Here's
Yeah.
the
It's
deal.
the F.
So
Uh-oh.
It's the F,
hold
brother.
on, hold on,
All
hold
right,
on.
I'll take it.
Today. Okay, so I bought a home in Baltimore, right?
Mm-hmm.
And a couple days ago, I was sitting in the one of the city offices. I was getting registration to rent this place, right? And there were two sisters. They were blood sisters, but they were black. They were black women, right? We started talking, and this is what the universe does to you as a black person when you are around black people. These two women are activists for a lot of reasons, and we're talking, and they're like, "Yeah, I have a house for rent." And guess what happened? Long story short, they became the renters of my property out of nowhere. Just I just met these people. We sat down today. I drew up everything for them. What I'm trying to say is, be around your people, bro. Just this isn't hard, okay? This is not hard. The way the world is now, what you have to understand that the way the world is now, we don't have any. We have choices, but we need to stand on our blackness.
Well, no, I agree with that, and
No,
that's not what I'm saying.
no, that's what we're saying, though. Okay,
No,
I
but I'm
live in a
not
black
saying.
city. Hold on, I live in a black city. I live in a black city. You know, I love black people. Like, I love being around black people. You know what I mean? And that's where I mean, it's. I don't know what your frame of reference is. I don't know, where you're from or how you grew up or how you were socialized, indoctrinated, whatever. I've been down that road. I know what it's like to grow up in an extremely white world. My dad was in the military, back in the 60s when there weren't really that many black families, black military families. So I know what it's like to be one or two of, one or two of the only black children in a school of maybe 400 people. I know what that's like. You know what I mean? So embrace who you are as a black man. And this isn't, I'm not hating on you. I'm just telling you, your community will always have your back.
Well, no, I
If
mean
you do that.
that's
It's the
yeah, no, but
universe. It's the universe and the spirituality of being a black person that draws you nearer to blackness.
well,
Okay.
I mean that's like no, that's a bit of a wide brush to paint though, because like I've never made any claims about like whether or not or like how many black people like your involvement within the community. I'm simply and like talking about like choosing or having a white partner, right? Because we know that there's like a litany of ways that people can like develop relationships between each other. And it's not always something that you went out and you sought after, nor is it the person that you would even consider an ideal for yourself. So I
I'm
mean,
going to tell you like this.
well, let me just finish
Okay,
really
go
quick.
ahead.
No, that's okay. So I like to my point, like having a white partner or a non-black partner doesn't mean the absence of blackness, and that's my whole point. Is that just because you are involved within a white relationship doesn't speak for every other aspect of your life or how you see yourself as a black person or how you see your community or your relationship with your community,
But
and
that
you
don't
can
have
still
nothing to
show
do
up
with
in very
being
powerful
pro-black.
ways for your community.
That don't have nothing to do with being pro-black. You love being black.
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
awesome.
here's the thing.
I think anybody should hold on, Midnight. Let me just say this. I think
Go ahead.
anybody should love being black and being who you are
Yeah.
and genuinely
Okay.
loving who you are, your people. But if you are truly understanding the walk of life on this earth, on this green earth, and how black people have been displaced, you are doing yourself a disservice by saying, I'm going to choose something else when your community is in shambles. You're ready to go build someone else's house when yours has been burned down by the same people that you're going to build their daughter's house with. That like
Over and
it's
over
this
and over
cognitive
again.
dissonance that we do where everyone's okay with forgetting the past that happened to black people, even though it's still currently happening right now. Free Congo, free Haiti, free US. Because at the end of the day, we're all under this level of oppression and we're playing this mental game where our oppressions are just a little less or a little bit better, when in reality, across the board, black people shouldn't be treated the way they've been treated. Not even what we're dealing with right now. But you find so much of a, I don't even know the word. You just think it's awesome to go somewhere else and build the same. Y'all going right back into slavery. Because y'all going right over there and building that house for free. Go build a house over there and they gonna come burn y'all down. Like, and that metaphor might be too much, but to be honest, that's what's
Well,
happening. How do
it's a
you have
trust
all the
issue.
energy, the patience, the kindness to teach somebody about the racism that their ancestors put on you, but in the same breath you gonna say, I love my people, I'm for my people, I got pro black mentality. The fuck out of here. That's not it.
Dude, here's the thing.
No.
This is what, look, you, I can't even, I don't even know what to say to you. I mean, I don't, because I love being black. Like, I
Y'all
don't know
done
what to
pissed
say to
Unc
you.
off.
You know, I mean, I
Yeah,
don't,
but
because
none of
it's
my
like,
claims don't mean that I love being blown. Let me
no,
put
no, no,
that
no,
out
no,
there
no,
real
no. Wait, wait,
quickly.
wait,
I
wait,
love
wait,
being
wait, wait,
black,
wait,
and
wait,
I'm going
wait,
to put
Nanya,
that statement out there.
Nanya. What D is trying to, look, hold on. What D is trying to explain to you, this is what she's trying to explain to you. That the walk that you take as a black man,
Yeah.
you'll never find a person outside of your black skin that will be able to tell you anything about who you are, ever. Okay, and when you understand that, I'll give you a great example. Okay, and then I'm gonna land the plane on this. Right, I'm a lot older than I sound. I'm a lot older than I look. Okay, I was born in '59. I grew up in the '60s. I know what it's like to be in a violent situation with people who don't look like me. I know what that's like. And I don't trust that side of the fence. I just don't. And I have good reason to. If there's someone on this planet who should really like not like white people, it's me. Okay? It's me. I was alive when all this stuff happened to our leaders, to Malcolm and Martin. Doesn't matter who you like, to the Panthers, all the Panthers that were unalived. I saw this stuff happen, bro. So my meter, my black man meter is really high. Okay? And my pissed off black man meter, yeah, I'm that angry black man. Okay? I am that guy. Okay? And I'm not gonna be, I don't want anyone to say, oh, but yeah, I'm an angry black man. Doggone right I'm angry. You know? And I'm gonna be angry and I'm gonna stay angry. Okay? Because I know what white people have done to my people
Yeah, exactly.
for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years.
Thousands.
So no white man, no person of European descent. Hey, I don't hate you. I don't. Heck, I don't even dislike you. You know what I mean?
Do
But
you
you're
believe
not
in
going to be
total
able to tell me
separation?
anything. You're not going to be able to tell me anything about who I am, where I'm from, how this works, because I know that already. You know what I mean?
So
So
are you basically saying like basically stating like for total separation of like both communities?
how can that happen in the
So
United States?
yeah,
Well,
how
no, I
can that
mean social
happen?
separation.
Come on.
We can socially separate. I mean, I talk about
No, no,
economic
no, 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 no,
separation.
no, no. Dude, come
So
on. Now
I think.
let's be hold
Mhm.
on. If you're going to ask me a question, let me answer it. So
Yeah.
that's come on. We live in the United States. You know what I mean? Look, what you have to understand is there are people out there who are they're Latinos, they're Asian, they're black people. There are all kinds of people, and there are millions of people that stand on the shoulders of black people because if we didn't do it, bro, none of this stuff would be going on. If black people didn't, we got tired first, and then everyone got tired after us. Okay, we were the ones who said we're not doing this anymore. And then Cesar Chavez said, you know what? We're not either. And then white women said, you know what? We're not either. That's how this works, dude.
Well, but I'm asking you
We,
specifically, are you saying that we have a cultural separation of black and
oh,
white people?
answer that
We
because I
already
can't
do,
right now.
first of all. Second of
Okay,
all,
so
you
go ahead,
don't
bro.
call it separation when a woman runs away from Freddy Krueger. You call it liberation.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But I mean, I call it separatism when I'm speaking economically.
So
I
what do
call it.
you call? Okay, so economically, there are communities that are Asian that they call Chinatown. There are
Yeah,
Yeah.
communities
exactly.
called Little Mexico. There are communities called Little Jamaica, Little Haiti. Are
Yeah,
we
no, I know that.
understanding? Hold on. Okay, so
Those,
hold on, because you just
I'm
said
just
that
saying
you
that those are
understood.
the communities
Well,
that I
let
Okay,
him
reference.
so
finish.
listen to what I'm saying real quick, because there's no way for 13% of the population to run away from 70 some odd percent of the population. Okay,
Hmm.
so in reality, if black people want to build for themselves and have something where their community actually can offer something to the next generation, what is wrong with that? Because see, they've ingrained it in black people so much, particularly brothers. I'm sorry, y'all mental ingrainment that y'all have to include everyone while everyone excludes us. Our generational wealth has been depleted
So,
historically over and over again. And
and
then
I.
you get to,
Oh,
and then hold on,
yeah,
you
yeah.
get
Go
to
ahead.
Jim Crow, redlining, white flight. We can talk about black code, all these things that continuously put barriers and knock black people down. Every
Hmm.
time we were supposed to have generational wealth, it keeps getting depleted. So then you look at
Hmm.
society today and you look at how black men are displaced with unemployment. You look at the literacy rate and where they're targeting our young black boys.
That's the
And now,
separation.
hold on, understand the distinction of how I am literally putting your community in a box. And when you want to grow, you telling me I got to bring Becky and Susan and John and Bob, although they're already above us, I have to include them on any level of growth that I might build. That is asinine to think you can burn my house to the ashes in the ground, and every time I try to build it back up, I got to bring one of your kids along and build their house up too. There's no equity in that. So if black people want to, even if we wanted to separate, what would be wrong with it?
So
Can
I'm
I?
not saying that there's
Hold on. Can I
Every
respond to
time
that?
we built something, hold on, so can you mute up, please,
Yeah, yeah.
respectfully?
Hope it's not your
Um,
turn. You have to wait.
every time we build up something, it's been destroyed. Our generational wealth has been flushed down the toilet. So tell me, what are we supposed to do at this point? They've already separated us. They separate our children. They separate education. Like what are black people supposed to do?
Wells Fargo separated us. They won't
They sure
let us get
did.
houses.
Chase, Tiffany. We can talk about the banks that literally cashed in on slaves, the property, the quote unquote we were property, they cashed in on us
The
that still exists.
reparations they
Bank of
received.
America. We can talk about how Tiffany's and so many jewelers have literally cashed in on us as property. And there's so many different companies that still exist that have cashed in on black people as property. And because black people want something, now we become separatists. Now we have to consider everybody as human, even though we were literally told we were not even human.
So, so, so the reason why I asked the question is because economically I am a separatist. I do believe in separatism. And even culturally, for those of us who desire to have something, like we need our own stuff that we can own and protect and build on. So yeah, no, that's the reason why I asked, and I'm just trying to figure out where Midnight was like, where he was coming from, if he was opening it up to the larger, more like, or opening up to the larger, more broader subject of culture, or if he was staying within the confines of relations. That's the only reason why I asked that. No, but like
Hold on. Stand in the confines of what?
relations, like the relationships between like partners.
But it's the same thing.
No,
How
I'm
is
That's what
it
I'm
not.
trying
money
to tell
though?
you.
No, that's not
How?
where I was coming from. I'm telling you where I
Okay.
was coming from. I'm coming.
Okay.
I was trying to understand if you meant like on a larger scale, on a cultural scale, if
Okay.
like basically not interacting with white people or not like outside of maybe things that we need to
Let me
interact
hold
with
on.
them on,
No, 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 no.
or if we wait. I have to finish my point because otherwise I'll be framed incorrectly. So let me just finish my
Okay,
point.
go ahead.
Let him
Or
defend himself.
well, I'm not defending myself. I'm clarifying my point. So
I was saying, go ahead.
yeah, so I was just trying to understand whether or not you were speaking about it specifically to relationships, or if you were opening up to a more like communal level.
Okay, look. When I get up in the morning and I need food, I go to a grocery store. There are white people in that grocery store. There are white people behind the I have to pay. I talk to white people, right? Like this is there are 200 million white people in this country. Okay, I understand that, right? So, I mean, this has nothing to do with being communal. All I'm saying, it has nothing to do with relations because we're here, right? And we got here because people didn't want to do the work to further their own belief systems and their own riches, and they enslaved us, tortured us, and treated us horrifically, okay, for hundreds of years. So here we are. Right now, here we are. There's 45 million black people in this country, right? Like Dee said, the reason we don't have universal medical care is because Theodore Roosevelt wanted to have it, and the powers that be in Congress said, nope, if we have to do that, all the eugenics people were like, if we have to do that, we have to give it to black people. All the eugenics people. Okay. I mean, there's so many reasons, you know what I mean? Why I come off the way I come off, and there's so many reasons why you have to understand that communally, like Dee said, when there are 50 I can go online and find 50 towns that are under lakes or burned to the ground that were black communities in this country that we tried the whole communal thing, and they took our generational wealth from us. We weren't allowed to have after World War II, we did not get the GI Bill. Black World War II veterans weren't allowed to garner the wealth that their comrades who stood right next to them fighting for this country, we didn't get that, okay? We didn't get any of that. And we've been checkerboarded, we've been black-coded, we've been redlined, almost, to the point where it's like, we're done, man. We're done. That's what it comes down to, Nanya. It's at some point, you just have to realize that it's over. It's done. I'm going to do what I'm going to do. I'm going to make this work somehow with my black brothers and sisters. But I'm done dealing with white people, dude. I'm done. I'm not going to do it. Am I going to be civilized? Of course I am. I'm a very loving individual. Okay, I love everybody, but I'm not going to let you treat me like you're not going to be a dick to me. You are not going to treat me badly. Okay, but I'm going to watch out for my brothers and sisters. That's for sure. I guarantee you that, brother. And that's what it comes down to for me. I'm a black man in this country. I understand what it means to be a black man in this country, and no one can tell me anything different. And that's it.
But I want to say this because I said this. I already failed you, right? I failed you, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to make sure I failed you. I failed you, right?
No, I accept it. I accept it.
Okay, I gave you an F. I want to
Yeah, you
reiterate
did.
that. Because F is for follow. Because you ready to join somebody else's community and follow the hell out of them. Now,
Wait,
understand that when
who's
you
the
follow
follow
them, that means
for?
you'll never be a
Because you're
leader.
making a claim about me.
No,
Who's the
no,
follow
it
for?
was a joke. Calm down. Don't
All
get
right,
your feelings
y'all.
Oh, okay. Because
hurt.
I didn't know. I didn't know. I didn't know. Because like
It's okay.
yeah, no,
It's
I'm not a
okay.
follower.
Hey, listen. You following somebody when you ready to go to other people's community. I'm gonna say it like this. It's
Well, no,
very
I mean, but like I'm a gay black man who's married to like a Afro Latino. So like that's
well.
not my
Is that a
story.
black man or is that an Afro Latino?
I don't know what an what's the difference between an Afro Latino and like we are a part of the
Exactly. You should
diaspora,
have just
right?
said a
Wait, hold
black
on.
man. Come on now.
No, but I mean, like I'm letting you know his heritage.
Should
But
have
no,
just
No,
said a black man married
no,
to a black
no,
just say
man.
black
y'all are
man.
nitpicking. No, y'all are nitpicking my words. You're not actually even letting me finish the sentence. You're deciding for me what I mean.
No, I'm not deciding
Like,
nothing.
yeah, no, that's odd because I mean, like Afro Latino is just so you can understand like
Mm-mm,
like the distinction, but like yeah, of
mm-mm,
culture. But no, blackness is black.
mm-mm.
All right, I'm explaining too much.
Yeah, you are. So you should have said black man.
No, I mean I said what came natural to me because there is a distinction in our cultures. I'm African American and I'm like Guyanese. Like there's a distinction in the our diaspora stories. That's the only
Mm-mm.
reason why I said Afro Latino. But like
Okay,
I didn't
okay.
even get to that.
Listen to me. That's why That's why I said what I said. Is it a black man or is it an Afro Latino? Because at the end of the day, black is black. All that distinction stuff in a group of black people is unnecessary if we all black. So I'm gonna say this again, because you already off the market with a black person. So when we're having these conversations and we're talking about building within our communities and building for ourselves, why do we need to even convince another black person that it's important to do so? Like
Well,
I keep saying this,
Mm.
I'm gonna say this
here's
to everybody. Why do you need to be convinced that your community deserves more? That your community deserves to be built up? Like
well,
why is
it's
that
happened before with the black
uh
community, and it's been funded by
Holy
America.
Spirit activate? Look at this.
Lord have
Yeah,
mercy.
yeah,
All right, yeah, we do need
it's
to move
happened.
on, y'all. Y'all been
Okay.
addressing him a little too long. Oh man, did that person run? Where that person at? Who was talking?
Yeah, you ran.
Where he go,
Yeah, he ran.
y'all?
I'm over here eating because I shouldn't be eating, but I'm eating. Anyway,
You got another
it
person.
is way
Oh,
too
there you
late. I
go.
got hot
I
dog
got kicked for
rolls.
some weird reason.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's
no,
you, old
but
Kentucky.
it has happened before. It
Wait,
has
hold on, old Kentucky. Give
Yes.
us your age, your race, and your pronouns first.
I am 28 years old. I'm from Kentucky. I'm white. Um,
You
that's
white with an H.
He, him, they, them.
I'm 28 years old.
No, your pronouns,
You all
please.
of it?
I'm a man. I'm a
Oh, I thought
he.
he said he was saying he was all of it. I'm about to
I
say,
don't
oh
know what
boy,
all that means. I'm
my
just a
fault. Let me mute.
yeah. I'm just I'm just a man. I'm from Kentucky. That's about it to it. I don't care what nobody
Yeehaw.
calls me as long as they don't cuss my mama. That's all.
All right,
But
go ahead, talk
you were
to us.
saying the community. You were saying something about for the black community. Now it has happened in history before. If you look at the country of Liberia, there was many freed slaves before the Civil War ever happened that were sent to Liberia to found their own country under a democratic idea, and that country
They
actually
weren't free.
fell. Believe it or not.
They were free
So
before they went.
yeah, they were free before they went. Yes.
No, but they weren't enslaved and then free. They were free.
I don't know if every single one of them was enslaved and freed or free before they went, but the country did fail. But it's not about that. I'm just saying that
Why did the country fail?
mass corruption. Actually, there was a lot of a lot of warlord stuff going on where there was corruption in the government and
What's the
everything
name of
else
the
like that.
country?
Right.
Liberia.
And
If you look at their flag,
what?
it
No, I know.
Yeah.
It looks like an American flag, right?
Yeah, exactly. Right. Because it
So,
was
okay. So Liberia, do you know what that means? Like, is what African language is that?
well, I don't know exactly what American or what African language it would be, but Liberia is would be I would say liberty would be part of it, right?
Liberty, right? So
Right.
Latin, Liberia means land of the free,
Right.
and land of the free, on the coast of West Africa, where slaves were sold, and then they took slaves from there, created, or I'm sorry,
Where did they get them? Where did
they
they
had
get?
slaves there,
Right. Well,
but
where
then
did
they
they get those
also
slaves?
had
Where did they
these
get those?
black people that were Americans
Right.
that had been free.
Right.
They've been free for generations, and they were taken back to Liberia because they wanted to get rid of black people out of the country. It wasn't because they
Well,
wanted to help
it
black
wasn't
people in
just
any
that
way.
they wanted to do that. They felt
No,
like they would be
they wanted
better
to get
off.
rid of them
They
because
felt like
they were trying
they
to.
would be.
They were basically
think of
doing
it,
the same thing and trying the two-state solution.
Mute up, please.
That eventually led to what caused Palestine and Israel today.
That's a whole
So they were
different. That's
basically
a whole
saying,
different subject for a
"Why
different
don't you
day.
go back to your
The
homeland?"
host off though, respectfully.
Yeah,
Cut him off.
No, not really, but that's a whole different
Don't
subject
talk
for a whole
over me.
different day.
Oaken.
Here's the thing,
Sir, you have to stop. When the host is talking, you have to allow them to get their point across. Then you speak when they're done. You cannot talk while this person is talking at the same time. First off, it distorts the feed and people can't hear. And mainly, you're being disrespectful. That don't rock in here. You have to be respectful of the platform, sir. So mute once legend is done, or if anybody, the co-host Diva is talking to you, for example, you have to shut up and let them talk. Y'all can continue. Justin Lee, you are sending him pause. You're supposed to be putting it on a tap on Brother Legend name, not on a person.
How y'all give
Y'all
the
keep doing that.
Oh my God.
I don't know why y'all would send them pause, but anyway. All right. Liberia. Let's talk about it. He's saying that black people tried to have a separate economy because Mr. Nunya here was saying that we should be separate and have our separate economy. And what he's trying to say is Liberia was a separate economy, but us black folks are too stupid and ended up being warlords and corrupting the government. So it didn't really work out even when we gave y'all a chance. And so what I'm trying to say back to that is that Liberia was its name. That should tell you right there that this place was a colony and not a country that was meant to be anything that would help black people. Right there, the name is in Latin. It's in a Roman language. It's named Land of the Free, but it literally was the home of the enslaved. Land of the free, home of the slave. Land of the free, Liberia, land of liberty. IA at the end of any country name is Latin word for saying land of. So it was the land of liberty. Anyway, the reason that didn't work out was because A, it wasn't its own separate economy. That's number one. It was dependent on the U.S. economy. And the only reason they did it was because they wanted to get black people up out of America. And that's literally what the people that came up with that whole idea said that they were going to do. They were trying to figure out a way because slavery, there was a lot of revolts going on, a lot of rebellions going on. They were trying to figure out before Civil War, they were trying to figure out how they could solve the black problem. And they decided, let's send their asses back to Africa. And so James Monroe, which is why the capital of Liberia is Monrovia. The flag looks like an American flag, but with one star. How is this pro-black, y'all? How is your oppressor will never give you anything to help yourself? So that wasn't an actual chance. That was a chance of getting black folks out the country. That wasn't a chance at black people having their own economy and being able to have sovereignty in their own land.
Brother, take it a step further. Why would he come up and tell us about black people being sent back, but not speak to the actual things that have happened to black Americans on this soil? and what his
Right?
forefathers destroyed. That's the level of comfort in which they get to speak. And I find it very interesting and telling when our people align themselves with the same people that won't acknowledge the history of how they've continuously destroyed our wealth, how they've continuously pit us against each other, how they've continuously been manipulative and conning, and how they've completely negated the history in these textbooks and lied to our children and manipulated us in our own faces. I mean, think about it, y'all. They bred us like animals. And we got everybody in here is probably 300 and something of a cousin.
Oh yeah.
Because of these people. Like, come on now.
Yeah,
Well, you
that's
know what
true.
else? You know what else? I mean, and I'm just going to say this because I've lived in these places and I've been to these places. You have to take into consideration that the black diaspora throughout the United States, throughout Brazil, throughout Peru, Venezuela, Colombia, I mean, we are all going through the same thing as black people. Okay? And then you know, that's why we said, I know you said Afro Latino, right? In the world that we all live in, when you walk out your door and you get pulled over by the cops or whatever happens, they don't care if you're black, they don't care if you're from the Dominican Republic or from Brazil or from Colombia, you're black. That's all they see. Okay? Culturally, they're not going to ask you about your culture. They're not going to ask you about how you know, what type of food you eat. They don't care. That's not what this is about, okay? What this has always been about is their inability, people of European descent, their inability to be us. Okay? Their inability to do what we do. Their inability to, you know,
Produce melanin.
yeah, produce melanin. They can't be us. And they're jealous. And there's so many other rabbit holes that you can go down when it comes to that topic. But yeah, man, it's, you know, you just gotta just be black, bro. When we were teenagers in the 70s, all we used to say to each other is just stay black, just stay black, and that's all you got to do.
Hmm.
Think about your blackness. Think about your blackness. Live in it. And I mean, that's, you know, I know sometimes it's easier said than done, but the older you get, you know, like the more you understand about being a black man in this country, like the more you get that, you know, it doesn't, it's not going to be as heavy for you. You know, it's, to me, it's not a burden for me. I
Yes.
love being black, dude. I love being black. I love it. No one can do what I do, man. No one can write the songs, play the guitar, sing like me. No one can do it the way I do it. And I'm proud of that. You know what I mean? I'm proud of my black brothers and sisters who've come before me because I stand on their shoulders, man. I'm an extremely passionate man when it comes to this. Okay? And I'll just land it there because I'll lose my mind.
Thank you, Unc. All right, y'all. We got another guest up here. Keep tapping like. Let's try to get to 200.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Let me just do, you know, a quick reminder. Listen, people in the comments, let's get to over 180K likes in the next, let me say 10 minutes. The goal is 250 likes. So we need everybody in the comment section tapping. Make sure y'all gift the host and the co-host, the diva. The more gifts you send to the host, the more diamonds he get, and it'll move him up in the rankings, especially with the likes. So goal is 250 likes. Make sure y'all share the live. You gift diva. And yeah, man, I'm a mute.
Appreciate y'all. Thank you. All right. Gemini, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
47, black. I am a man. I'm a male. Pronouns he, him, his.
All right. Barry White.
Hope we get that every time he on the
Yo, that is
You
crazy.
know I do speak.
What's going on? Talk to us.
All right, let me answer these questions. This is very interesting. I actually have a brother who's involved in an interracial relationship. Can relationships be problematic? Absolutely. I think most of them are. Is it a preference or is it fetishization? One thing that we have to be aware of, and was this not Men's Mental Health Month? November, I think that's what this is. Mental health has a lot to do with that. We may downplay it, how people are raised, who they are raised around, and the experience that they have influence their choices and mates, even if we act as if it doesn't. So is it a preference? If it's a preference, it is absolutely a racist preference. It is a program preference. And that's one of the things that we fail to recognize is that we are programmed. The idiot box that most of us have been raised around tells us what is pretty, what is desirable, and what is not. Can you be pro-black with a non-black spouse? I do not agree with that state. I don't think that you can. I know people will fight for that. Pro-black to me also includes pro-black family. And yeah, you may have what some people would call mixed children, but you set a bad example because your sons, if you have a YT wife, your sons will envision a white woman as their woman because that's what their mom is. You have a YT man as your husband, that's what your daughters will see as what's desirable. So no, I don't believe you can be pro-black with a non-black spouse. Can black and white culture, I can't quite see under there,
fully coexist in a healthy relationship / family?
That one I actually find to be that's a conundrum. Because in America, when you deal with American culture, you can have a black person and a white person, YT person, have the same culture in America, depending on where they're, or you can find some brothers who were raised out in bumblefuck, excuse my language, Indiana. And their idea of culture is American. And so, yeah, they can actually coexist. There will be a denial of who one is.
Talking about people.
Yeah, people.
We're asking if the cultures can take up the same space in a healthy relationship or family. We know people can coexist because we've been here for 100 years. We still here.
Right. Again, I think it depends on the families that we're talking about, but in general, no. Because my experience, the culture I have that I came from is not something, yeah, we may have been able to have access to the same music, the same media, but my interaction with the systems around us are vastly different than the interactions that any YT person would have. So no, I don't believe so. Especially not how people are resistant to understanding another person's perspective.
All right, I'm gonna need you to stop talking for a few minutes because in comparison, I sound like Mariah Carey. So we just these comments are going crazy. These comments are going crazy. The sisters in here need to calm down. Somebody says, "Say my name." That took me out. They want, man. You need to do voiceovers or something, man. You know what I'm saying? Like you got a lot of melanin in your voice. You ain't no way, and I don't know how you code switch. That must be impossible.
It is. I would
It
like to
is.
be
It
the
gotta
new
be because
voice
I would be able to tell
of
no
Darth
matter
Vader.
where. I don't care what accent you put on. That's a black man's voice.
Yeah, that's usually what I get. But I would like to be the new voice of Darth Vader.
Go for it. Go for it. You got my vote. I think. I think he got a. I think he got a. I think he got a, like at least a. I don't know, a B plus. I
Yep,
don't
it's
know,
a B
B.
minus for me.
B. Okay, yeah, around there.
Minus.
All right, all right. But, we
Tell me about the
somehow
minuses.
D in a bad mood today.
I'm not in a bad mood. It's like I'm
Go
realizing a
ahead.
lot of y'all do these open-ended things where it leaves space for like, ooh, well, this could be a chance it might work type stuff, and it be pissing me off. It's a no. No, stop.
D, can you give me more solid examples because I don't want to leave it open
So
ended.
okay, so you basically said that black and white cultures can coexist. And I'm trying to figure out in what part, like, I think brother kind of called you to the carpet a little bit when he addressed it. But I keep thinking about my kid and I keep thinking about other people's children. Like, when they're going to school and they're being demonized for their natural cultural hairstyles, or when a young man is out on a wrestling match and he has to cut his locks out of his head, or you're denied access to walk across the stage, we constantly fit into European standard. My field is beauty. So I'm constantly dealing with some form of beauty standards that have been put in place that are very much European. And I'm trying to understand, when does my culture get a chance to actually shine and fall through, whether it be media or any form of actual social and interaction or engagement across the board with every culture of people. We're always suppressed and put to the back, and everyone can come and take our looks and take our styles and put them on like costumes. We don't get to celebrate that in the company of others. We can celebrate it amongst each other, but we do not get celebrated and even acknowledged or accredited for what we have done or what we do.
I hear that. And this is the thing. I was not saying that our cultures could actually coexist. What I was saying is that there are some of us who don't live black culture because we live quote unquote American culture. That's not me. I
But
don't
black
agree with
culture
that.
is American culture. That's why I don't agree with that. You tell me one thing that YT people cooked when we can start from slavery to now. What did they invent? Give me a meal or a dish. Soul food is real American food.
I don't advocate for them, so I can't give you that. I agree with you. I agree with you that what is true culture is our creation. What I am saying is that there is a culture that is identified as American culture that's associated with white folks. And that culture is something that sick, sick people of our complexion adopt because they want to be a part of this whole system. I don't agree with that either.
He's got a point there. He's got a point where you've got black people who live in Indiana, who live in Kentucky, who live in the hollers, who live amongst, you know, quote unquote hillbillies, if you want to call them that. And that's who they are. They're just black hillbillies, you
I'm a
know?
black from Indiana. That's not true.
But, yeah,
All
but
right,
you
you
know that
called yourself a black. You are not a black man. Don't sit up here and lie to me. I ain't never heard a black man say I'm a black.
I'm a
That's
black man
crazy.
from Indiana. That's not
Nah.
true what you
All
said.
right. All right. Well, be careful. Hold on. We're gonna let you talk, Brandon.
All
so
right.
but
Let
Brandon,
let Gemini get some value from this, and we'll move on.
so yeah, I mean, no, I understand where you're coming from, but I'll say this, you know, um, you can't help everybody, right? You know what I mean? I've I have seen people. I'll give you a great example of what you're saying. I was in the Marine Corps. I met a lot of guys, a lot of white team men from Georgia, Louisiana, Indiana, Mississippi, all over the country, but I knew I wasn't like them. I knew because I knew who they were, and at the end of the day, I would assume or presume that most of the black people who live in the hollers and live amongst these types of people live in that quote unquote white American culture. They know what's going on. I'm hoping that they do. You know what I mean? Because if you don't, then you're going to lose your life. You're going to be unalived in some, whether it's mentally, physically. It doesn't matter. You're going to lose a part of yourself trying to be that black person who wants to be. How can I say? You want to become a part of white culture. Just never. It can never happen. It can never happen.
All
Okay.
right. All right, Gemini. I hope you understood what Uncle was trying to explain. Feel free to come back up. I'm gonna follow you as well. I feel like you didn't answer the questions too bad. When people come up here, they try to see things from all perspectives, but I feel like did your thing. Appreciate you. I'm gonna go to the next guest so that we can keep it moving. Brandon, give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
All right, I'm Brandon. I'm a black man. I'm 35. Pronouns he, him.
All
Yeah.
right, hold on. Hoodoo, you need to stop. Y'all need to stop. Someone said we appreciated the ASMR. Yo, y'all are hilarious. Yo, Gemini, I'm telling you, you got money in that voice, man. Like, I'm gonna be honest. I'm sitting here, I'm holding my phone. My phone feel like it's like shaking every time you talk. It's hilarious. But all right, I'm gonna move on. Talk to us, Brandon. Answer the questions.
Okay. Interracial relationships be problematic. Yeah. I've seen a lot of problematic interracial relationships. I think they can be just as problematic as two same race of people being together. I think a lot of times, I think if you look at Young Jeezy, I think that was part of his um, failed relationship because it's probably was a cultural difference in between there because you got to deal with families and everything outside of just you and the person that you with. So yeah, I believe they can be problematic. Is it a
You
preference or a
said just
fetish?
as problematic as every other relationship, though.
Yeah, I mean, two white people. I mean, white people have horrible relationships together. Black people have horrible
But how is that
relationships together.
problematic to anyone other than white people?
Wait, what was the question again?
You're saying that any relationship can be problematic, and that's diluting the conversation in the same way. If I ask you if the grass is green and you answer, well, anything can be green if I paint it green. It's like, all right, but we're talking about interracial relationships and using that as a frame of reference, a talking point, talking about things that, occur between race and race dynamics. Could it be problematic to a cohesive society or a a a anti-racist world? Could it be problematic to be in an interracial relationship? We're talking about from the perspective mostly of black people, but even for white people. Is it problematic? Is it prone to having problems? I'm not talking about if man and woman gets together, it could be problematic if they're both toxic. That's a different conversation. We're talking about
So
even if these two people are not toxic, even if everything is great, is their relationship in itself problematic?
absolutely, and I use Jeezy as an example. I think culture and the families that you're with when you're in an interracial relationship can cause problems because you may have grandparents and whomever else on the other side who may not fully believe in that relationship because of the race. So yeah, to answer the question, yes. Is it a preference or fetishization? I think it's both. I think it's both, but I think it's more of a fetish. When people date out, I think that it, well, at least that's what it appears to be to me. Because when you see people that date out, they always have this thing to where it's like a fairy tale. Like you get a white man or you get a white woman, and then everything is like this magical fairy tale land, and that's not technically true. But yeah, I'll say it's more of a fetishization than a preference. Um, can you be pro-black with a non-black spouse? No. That's like asking someone if they're in the Klan and they have a black spouse. That doesn't make sense. If you're a pro-black and everything you stand for is a pro-black, if you have a non-black spouse, you are not pro-black. Period. Can black and white cultures fully coexist in a healthy relationship and family? Uh, I think it's possible, but a lot of times I think that it can't because, like I said before, I think the family would be the issue, not the two people dating. Um, and I do want to say this. When I look at the questions, I wonder for my people, like I feel like we as people are more obsessed with white people than they are with us because you don't typically see white spaces talking like this. And also, when you look at what black people do, for example, let's take Black Wall Street for an example, right? Black Wall Street in 2023 should have been rebuilt 100 times. It should be a Black Wall Street in every state in America. We have enough, plenty of.
All right, all right, all
Um,
right, all right. You're going too far off. I hear what you're
okay,
saying. Um, why the hell would you build Black Wall Street? I don't know. But as far as the purpose of this live, we talking to black people that think the way that you just said. You know, there are black people that are more obsessed with white people. I wouldn't say more obsessed than white people are with us, but there are black people that take on the mindset of their oppressor and seek to fetishize and gain proximity to whiteness. That being the case, these lives that challenge them to think critically about the relationships that they're forming is very necessary.
and I think that's why we like to move where white people are. Once we get successful, we want to move where they at, which doesn't make sense.
I
We
think
should
that's
want
a
to move.
personal I think that's a personal thing with you, maybe. Um,
No, if you look at any successful black person, that's what they try to do. Anytime a black person gets to any level of success, they choose to move where white people are. They don't say, "Hey,
I
let's move
don't.
to this black neighborhood." Am I saying something?
That's because no. I mean, what you're saying is incorrect because when black people say I'm successful now, they don't say, let's go to where white people are. They want to go live among their tax bracket. Unfortunately, we live in a country where black people have been disenfranchised. Black Wall Street was burnt down. So there is no place, well, there's not many places where you can live in a certain tax bracket and be around people that look like you at the same time.
There's a lot of wealthy blacks that you can be around.
See, you keep
Not
saying blacks. You called yourself a black.
Yo,
You
did you
keep
not hear
saying
what the
like
host?
things that let
Yeah,
us
did you
know.
not hear what he just said though? Like, come on, bro, what's wrong with you?
I can hear it very clearly. I'm just
Nah,
trying to
you're
see
not
what the
processing
issue.
what he said. You're being combative or resistant to what he literally just said to you. You're not listening. Something wrong with your
I
ears,
I did
dog.
not be
You're
combative
not
at all. I'm
listening.
trying to. Okay, let me ask this: what is wrong with me saying blacks? Can you tell me the issue of that? I want to hear it. I just want to know.
It,
You
it,
answer
it,
that. Let's hear the idiocracy in what you're saying. Like yeah, something is wrong, man. Something ain't working. What?
If 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 I can
Blacks.
call white
You as
people
a black
white,
person or a black man, you know we don't even talk about each other like that. Or
we
just say
don't.
that in general. Just say black people.
he said he from Indiana. That's what
Yeah,
it
We
is.
blacks.
don't
We
talk like
You
blacks.
live
that
Who
on
with
this
says
white people
panel.
blacks?
at.
There's
We
You
don't
something
live
talk
wrong
with
like
there.
white
Nobody
people at.
says that.
He
Hey, you got
projecting
your
how
five
he
paws
feels.
already. Yeah, he
So
delusional.
what
Something
should
is
I
off.
say? What should
Something
I
off
say?
about this man.
So what should I say, sir?
Most black people don't live where white people at.
Okay, I'm referring to the blacks conversation. What should I say instead of blacks? Should I say African
Black
Americans?
people. They're
Okay, I should say black
people.
people. Okay. Um, I don't think that even with the guy that this like even with the guy that was just talking, instead of you being able to just correct me in a respectful way, you had to be disrespectful to do it.
I'm not here to be respectful to you because you a fool. Legend
That
corrected
doesn't.
you several times.
There we
Hold
go.
on, bro.
There it
You are
is.
literally resisting what he just did, and he corrected you at least 3 times, and you still doing it. You came up here and mentioned blacks. That's the first thing you said, and you still doing it.
That
You've been
was
up here for
crazy.
10, 15 minutes, bro. Like
You
you
ain't
a
gotta ask
fool. I can't help
Molly.
you.
Next time you don't gotta ask
Yeah,
Molly.
that's crazy.
Thank y'all for the pause.
Okay.
Appreciate you. Molly, you don't gotta ask. You a moderator. Y'all just go ahead and take him down. I appreciate you. All right, so let's go to the next person.
Is it
Don't
my turn?
not yet, Moon.
Okay.
We got Pink Bow. Pink Bow, give us your age, race, and pronouns.
Hi, I'm Dio. I'm 19. I'm half white, half black, and my pronouns are she, her.
You know what? Half white, half black is not a race, but I'm gonna let you have it.
So black?
You already messed up.
I
Where
mean,
are
I
you
didn't want to
from?
say
Where are you from? Where are you from?
Ireland. Ireland.
You're from Ireland. What part of Ireland are you from?
West.
Okay, is your mom black or is your dad black?
Dad.
Your dad is black. Okay.
Of
What part of the
course.
world is he from?
Nigeria.
So your dad is a black man from Nigeria. Does he live in Ireland with you?
Yeah.
Okay, so okay.
Why you asking this?
The deep breath.
Because I need to know who she is. I need to know who she is. She's 19. There's a lot this young black lady, this young black person doesn't understand. I mean, it's just if we all can hear that, right? We
Yeah.
all know that she does not understand. Look,
It's because her
what
mom
is
is
your
white.
well? Still, she's black. Well, it doesn't matter. Her
I
father's
mean,
Nigerian. She's black.
I would usually refer to myself as black, but most
Oh, you
recently,
should have did it.
a lot of
Why?
videos
Why
just
would you?
been.
What do you mean by usually?
I mean, I do usually refer to myself as black. But most
Take
recently,
the
I've seen
word
a lot of
usually
videos
out
of
and
people
just
saying
say,
that
hey,
they don't accept mixed people as black. That
Thank
mixed
you,
people
Ray.
should just refer to themselves as mixed. So I don't know.
No, mix is not a race. You can be a mixed black person. You can be a mixed Asian person. You could be a mixed any other kind of person, but white because there's no such thing as a mixed white person. But you could have led with I'm a biracial black person. You could have said I'm a
I
mixed
should have
black person.
I should have said that, and I'm
You know what
sorry
I'm saying?
for that.
All right, cool. But talk to us.
Um, so to answer the first question, can interracial relationships be problematic? Of course they can, but I don't think that it's like a general thing. I think it just depends on every single person individually. Like your relationship will not work if you personally cannot make it work. I don't think it has anything to do with the relationship being interracial that makes it problematic, if that makes sense. Is it a preference or fetishization? Again, it's just an individual thing. I don't think that like we can generalize an entire group of people and say that they have a preference for only white women or only black men. It just depends on the individual person. Can you be pro-black with a non-black spouse? I don't really know what my stance is on that. I feel like being pro-black doesn't mean anti everything else, but also the the road, I guess, to being pro-black is to ground yourself in black culture, I suppose. So I mean, if you do have a interracial relationship, that doesn't mean that you're not still grounding yourself in black culture if you ground yourself in black culture. Um,
Damn.
but my main point that I wanted to answer was the last question. Can black and white cultures fully coexist in a healthy relationship and family? And a lot of people have been saying no, that it's impossible. But I mean, honestly, I think that if you come across two people who actually have sense and have the ability to understand that there's different cultures and that there's different ethnicities, religions, languages, whatever, and that you have to compromise in a relationship regardless of what race you are, regardless of your culture, your ethnicity, then of course it can work. I mean,
Damn.
I know that you guys probably think because of how I introduce myself, I have a white mom and I act like a white person. That's not the case. Like, I live with my dad. He's been married to my mom for 25 years. My mom has no ties to being black other than her children and her by marriage, but
All right, we
she's...
don't care about all that. Please don't do that. Don't do that. We don't gotta get into your family. Um, Dan, let's just stick to the topics. There's a lot to unpack there because I was rooting for you, man. You started out pretty smooth. Somebody said Z plus. I can't. All right. So, damn. All right. You said you could be pro-black with a non-black spouse. What is your definition of pro-black?
Um, I don't really know. Grounding yourself in black culture, understanding black culture, wanting to
All right.
empower
So, even
people.
if I were to use your definition, right? Grounding yourself in black culture. That means understanding black history, correct?
Yeah,
That means understanding what's going on currently with black people, correct?
yeah.
How do you consider yourself pro-black, meaning you do things and are a voice for our community, yet, and you know what has historically happened to our community. You understand that there's no such thing as a consensual, there's no such thing as a consensual interracial relationship because black and white people did not meet each other under consent. It was not, oh, we all just came together on human planet. We were just here and we saw some people over there and we just came together, you know. Like the reason your father was even in Ireland and left Nigeria is because of what white people did to Nigeria to force him to have to decide if he wants to live a better life in Europe or stay in Nigeria. That's something that
Not
Nigerians
why he left.
there's what?
He didn't come to Ireland first. He traveled to America, everywhere else. Like, Ireland was his last destination.
That
He
doesn't
just wanted to
matter. He went to other white countries. It doesn't matter. He left Nigeria because
He went to
Nigeria was
Africa
set up
too,
to be a
but
British company before it was set up to even be a country. It was a plantation to exploit black people.
the
So
entire
he,
country.
yes, the entire country was a company. Yes, look it up. It was a British company,
Mm,
palm oil company. Yes.
The
So,
entire continent.
I mean, we can get into the continent later, but yes, specifically Nigeria was set up to be a British company. Nigeria. It really, if in Latin, it means land of the black. That's what Nigeria means. IA at the end means land of. Niger is black. So really, what the word Nigeria means is ninja area. But anyway, um, it was set up by a man who wanted to exploit people there. He set it up to be a company. Later on, it became a country, and they still forced them people to work, and they still exploited their resources. That is the reason that the conditions of his country were not so much better that he ended up leaving, traveling the world, and then end up, finding somebody that's had a closer proximity to power. There is no such thing as a consensual interracial relationship. But when you talk about pro-blackness and you understand the context of how our two people came together through slavery, oppression, and subjugation, how do you turn around and ignore all that context and say, I'm going to marry one of the people that still present day have a power over me in my life, have more control over my life as a black person than I have control over their life? If I'm with Becky right now and she decides to call the police, even if I decide to call the police, I might still be the one that ends up in handcuffs. That's just a small example. How do you know all of this about our people, know what brought us all together, and then still say I am for my people, even though I'm prioritizing someone outside of my community?
I mean, I just want to ask you, I mean, you may think this is a childish point of view, but it's genuinely a question. Does love play no role in choosing your partner?
Okay, so let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Black people, this is something that John Henry Clark said. This is something that John Henry Clark said. He said, Africans believe in things in their purest form. And that's our downfall. That's our problem. We believe in things in their purest form. We believe in democracy. They said the person that gets the most votes wins. Now, how the hell did Donald Trump get into the office? They say the person that gets the most votes wins. But Hillary Clinton had the popular vote. What the hell is the popular vote? That doesn't mean that person got the most votes. How is 1/3 of the Republican Party got such a grip on the entire country and the entire democracy? How does that happen? If we have a democracy, right? The person with the most votes wins. That's right. Speak money and manipulation. So we believe in democracy. We believe voting will change us, will change America. All we got to do is vote the oppressor out, and it's never worked. We believe in Christianity. God is good, and if you believe in God, you are good. Even though the Christians are the ones that were burning crosses on our front lawns and hanging us from trees. But we believe in the Bible. We believe in Christian. Democracy is always been a tool of capitalistic gain and power. Christianity and religion has always been used politically, and love and marriage to Europeans has always been a business arrangement. We're the only ones that believe in things in its purest form, that we believe what's called romance. Roman, it's in the name. It's Eurocentric. It was created by a man named Jean-Jacques Rousseau in the late 18th century. You can look him up. Jean-Jacques Rousseau created what we now call love and romance. Romance is when you put all feelings, your feelings, above all logic. You put your feelings above all logic. You throw logic out the window like Romeo and Juliet. Your two families are fighting. The Montagues and the Capulets are fighting each other, but all logic goes out the window because we love each other, and look what happened to them in the end. See, that is Eurocentric. That is romance. That is not Ubuntu. That is not African. That is not Bantu. That's not from our people. And across Africa for thousands of years. Every definition of love in Africa included communal love. Every definition, how marriages took place in Africa was based on the needs of the community. If there wasn't enough water to give the women water, and the women started to, die off because there was drought, then the men would marry one woman and support her. The men of the tribe would marry one woman, like not one woman, but a woman would have multiple husbands. When there was an abundance of women and there was war and the men had started to die off, then the women would marry one man, or there would be a man with multiple wives. It was based off the needs of the tribe, how we would choose to love. And so to say that you cannot choose someone because of this Christianized, romanticized, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, Eurocentric version of love that you have been taught is bullshit.
I don't know if you like. I don't get what you're trying to say. That we're
People
taught
didn't start marrying for love until the late 18th century. I just said it.
So
that's brand new.
Black people can't love white people because it's a European. What? Like, I don't get it. What is your point here?
Ma'am.
If anyone heard me say black people can't love white people in the comments, please let me know.
Let me just ask one question, brother. Listen, what's your name?
Did I say that, y'all?
Yeah, she's wild.
I'm so lost. She's the only one that confused me. I just gave all that fact. Did I say that?
Let me just ask you one question. Ma'am, what does a black person, or how does a black person or African benefit from dating, having kids with, or marrying a European or anybody that's not African? How can a black person benefit from that?
A relationship for benefits. You love the person, so you want to start a life.
Answer my question. How can an African benefit from that type of relationship?
Companionship.
Especially when it comes to what's happening with our people as Africans.
Speak.
Or what has happened in history.
You're not debunking what she's saying. She's going to always fall back on love in your answer. She's going to keep
Love,
saying love. You
listen,
have to
love,
teach her
yeah.
where that definition of love came from.
Listen,
And I just did that shit, so I don't know what the fuck she's confused about. I just
love
said
is
where that
not
came
gonna
from.
help the community as a collective. Love is not gonna have it's going to help, Africans not be brainwashed into believing that them dealing with their oppressors, basically by way of so-called love, it's not helping anybody. Why would an African do that to themselves? Is my point. That is one of the dumbest things that an African can do, and that is problematic within itself, and it's anti-black.
So if an African was to marry
It's
another African,
anti-black. It's not pro-black
he doesn't love.
dealing with
Like,
a with your
is that
people. It's
is
not
that
pro-black.
problematic?
I'm over
It
it,
goes
man.
against
I
all
just
of that.
wasted
It's
all my
not
breath.
pro-black.
I hope
That's
y'all
not
heard
the.
me though.
That's one of the dumbest things you can do. Y'all know I'm rough around the edges when I talk. But again, no African should be doing that. An
Bro,
African has to
if
deal with an
if she
African
can't
or a
if she
black
can't hear
person with a black
facts,
person.
bro.
Stay within your goddamn race.
So
I land. It don't even
Nah,
make
man,
sense. Ma'am,
the
you can't
last
even answer that question for me.
that's too
We talking
emotional.
about
You're
love.
not gonna listen to
Love
that,
is
bro.
not it, ma'am.
I mean, yeah, I guess maybe I am delusional, maybe I am young, but I do believe
Yeah,
in love.
you
You
are.
are. You're
I
very
do believe
Just
delusional.
love. Love is above all.
love
But
is not above. See, love above all is come from a man named Jean-Jacques Rousseau. That's not an idea that you came up with.
but
That's
isn't it
that's something
isn't it a
that's something
natural
a white man
instinct to
came
be
up
able
with.
to love? Is that
What?
not is that not a natural instinct to be able to love?
Love is not a universal language. It's not something that is uniform for all cultures. It is something, the love that you're talking about is not the same love that an African has. It's two different definitions.
Honestly, I mean, could you just explain it to me a little bit better? Because obviously there's some disconnect on my part.
I think you want there to be disconnect.
I
And
do
I'm
want
gonna go to the next guest
Yeah,
because
you
I like I
gaslighting
don't
and
know. I
talking
don't
in
know if you
circles
can't
on
understand.
purpose. This is
It's crazy.
intentional.
That's what I'm saying. It's like
Yeah,
she don't understand
she's doing this
English.
on purpose.
That's what I'm
no,
saying,
I'm
yo.
not.
I'm
I'm
gonna
really
go to the
trying to
next guest.
understand.
Yeah, have a day. All right, next guest. Moon. Give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
I'm 23. I'm Black and Native American, but mainly Black. And I don't have set pronouns. So, um, but I had a question about the questions, specifically like the first one, especially because I was listening in on that whole thing and I understand what you mean. So my question is, um does that apply to other BIPOC couples, not white, not including white people? Does that include other culture, like for
What does
instance like
that
the
mean? What
Mexican,
is that?
okay, for instance like a like if I were to date a Mexican, or if I were to, you know what I mean, like does
Mexican
it
is not a
include,
race.
well, sorry, I meant like, like an Indian, or like a, you know what I meant, like
That's not a race either.
not
Asian.
not white, yeah, that's just not white, like everyone else. That's what I meant. Does that still kind of, does that point still hold, or is it
What
um
point?
no, the
I'm
point
sorry.
that,
I'm sorry if I sound frustrated. I feel
oh
like I
no.
wasted my breath just now. Like I hate it when I have to dig into my brain to like tell people stuff that they could easily learn if they looked it up on YouTube, and then they completely dismiss everything I say and say, "What? But what about love?" Like it's like annoying as hell. Like
Yeah, no, I totally understand that.
shit hurts your
Sorry.
brain. Go ahead.
Sorry. No, your earlier point of like, hey, we weren't even here by choice, which is so true. So does that point still hold with other races? Some of those.
I think you're talking about the third point, but I'm trying to really you keep I don't know what point you're talking about. Are you talking about pro-blackness? Are you talking about
Oh,
problematicness? Are
oh,
you talking about
specifically. Oh, yeah,
fetishes?
no. I meant well, it's the first question specifically, but like, since I was listening into your conversation of you trying to educate her, I also like I was wondering if that kind of holds. holds up, like because you said
You're saying
interracial with the
that.
question.
That's not specific enough. Do you mean pro-blackness? What is that? What do you mean by that?
So the word interracial, when you use interracial, can interracial relationships be problematic? But I noticed that you only used white on black. That's my
Mhm.
point. So like I was like, does that kind of come together with the rest of the races, or is it just white on black relationships? Is that what you're classifying as interracial for the
So,
for
so
these
what you're
questions?
asking, is if this the situation, if the question also uh, um, infers that or it comes or brings together a Latino and let's just say an Asian person, right?
Right. Right,
Other than a
exactly.
black and white person. Okay.
Yeah, that was my main point. Sorry, I'm tired. I need to go to sleep, but like I just wanted to hop on real quick. But
Okay, so
Well,
if we're talking about,
why would you
I
ask
mean, if
that
we're
question?
I mean, that is a wild ass question. I mean, I'm a black man. I'm not an Asian man. You would have to ask them if it's problematic for them to be with other races. You have
well,
to
no,
ask
I
other
well,
races.
I didn't. No, I wasn't saying Asian. I was saying that wasn't even my example. But no, my point was that because I agree with you is my thing. Like I think that yes, they can be problematic, but I was just confused on the terminology because based on the terminology, and the way you were like educating her, I was just wondering because I would have a different opinion if it was like general or if it was just black and white. You know what I mean?
If it's
So
black and Asian, it is problematic. If it is black
yes,
and anyone but black, it is
yes.
going to be problematic for the black individuals in that relationship. It's going to be problematic for the black community. It's going to be problematic for the black children. The two people that want to be in love can say it's not problematic for just them, but
Hello? Oh, he cut off a little. Yeah, damn. Yeah, the comments. Damn. I didn't. Yeah. Do you remember the second? Um.
oh, my phone died.
Oh, it
I'm
did.
back.
Yeah, I knew it was the battery. I knew it.
Yeah, cause I had to move to my living room because my wife she gotta go to bed. She's still in there. Jessica, I know you watching this. Go sleep. All right. But anyway,
And yeah,
what was I saying?
I wanted to say I
Black as
agree with
anybody
you.
else is problematic to black people because we live in an anti-black society that all other races participate in.
I agree. Um. Um. So. What was the second question? I don't. I can't see the things
I'm
anymore.
bringing it back. Hold on.
Okay.
Everybody tap like while doing this.
Yeah,
Hold
y'all
on.
playing, man. Y'all tapping too slow, man. Let's get to 200K. What y'all doing, man? Y'all
All
moving
right, we got
slow tonight, man. Y'all know I'm taking it easy in terms of those reminders and not barking at nobody. Just tap the screen, God damn it. If you tap the screen long enough, you're gonna see a red bar pop up. If y'all all do that 2 to 3 times, we can be at 200K. You know the likes goal is for the sake of the app. It helps the host in terms of the algorithm and all that. The more you gift the host, it helps out the host with those diamonds, and it moves them up in the rankings. So that's why I apply pressure in terms of when I moderate for people to tap, 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 and to gift the host because it helps the host out at the end of the day.
Appreciate y'all.
Yeah, get those likes up, share the live. I don't know how long Legend gonna be on because it's about to
Another
be 1
15
a.m. my
minutes.
time. That's crazy.
Um,
But y'all keep tapping the screen and get those likes up and make sure you gift Legend. You can gift me if
oh,
you want. I don't ask for it. You
Send
know,
gift.
I don't ever do that. But gift the host. But I just be on panels to moderate, and if I'm in the comments, you know what I do on here. So get those likes up, and I'm gonna shut the hell up.
Appreciate you, Black Swan. All
um,
right. Go ahead.
yeah,
Yeah, how's it going?
uh, oh wait, is somebody else going?
Now
Sorry.
go ahead, Moon. Land your
Oh,
plane.
okay. I do believe that it's mainly fetishization. Oh my god, fetishization. I can't say the word right now, but you get my point. I don't really believe in that whole it's a preference thing. I'm sorry, that's just based off of a fetish at the end of the day. Like I think for the majority of quote unquote preferences, it's just fetishes. I don't know why we kind of watered down the word fetish and made it into preference, but that's what I see it as. Um, People may not
Mm-hmm.
agree, but that's just me personally.
No,
Um,
ain't no such thing as a racial preference.
exactly. That's definitely based off of either a fetish or an aversion from, obviously being prejudiced in some way. It's never
Mm.
been a preference or yeah.
Yeah.
Um Can you be pro-black with a non-black spouse? I think you can be aware of of black issues, but I do think that you have to put your blinders on to some extent to be with somebody who isn't black, if you understand what I mean. Like you're not you're either choosing to ignore the issues going on or you're just I don't know. I don't know how to explain it, but like I don't think that you're 100% pro-black if you can turn around and be with a non-black spouse. Um, Especially if you've never been with a black person at all in general ever. That's the main thing too. Like if you've never even if you've ever never even dated one, then you're definitely not pro-black. I'm sorry to say. So I say no for that one.
I've dated one.
All right, we ain't asked you.
Well, I'm
Yeah.
just
Wait,
saying.
bro.
I'll wait.
That's how I know your lips are thin, because you only y'all come up here and do that.
Um, can black and white cultures fully coexist in a healthy relationship slash family? I'm going to have to say no. Um, I think that regardless of how quote unquote educated they become, they will never fully understand the things we go through. That's just how it is. Plain and simple. So
Mm.
yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna give you I'm gonna give you a B minus. I think you did all right.
Nice.
You did all
Awesome.
right.
Thank you
All
guys.
right. Yeah. I think you did all right. All right. Well,
Have a
thanks
good
for
night.
coming up. Yep.
No problem.
Peace, sister.
Bye.
All right. Let's go to the next guest. We grading people today, man. Everybody, y'all gonna D ain't up here no more, so y'all gonna have to give us some grades down there. Don't be giving people F's for no reason. F to C means they're anti-racist. Anything C and above means they pro-black. Keep that in mind as you grade people. We grading people. Okay. So the next person is Rob. Give us your age, race, and pronouns, please. I miss D. I miss D too. I don't know where she went. She just dropped. Rob, you gotta unmute yourself. When you want them to talk, they don't got nothing to say. When no one asks them to talk, here they come. Oh, he say won't unmute. I invited you to unmute. I don't know. You might have to go down and come back up. Come back up, Rob. We'll wait. So, Carnelian, you are not right. uh, I never even thought of that. That's funny. They named Doobie Rob. All right. I guess Rob ain't coming back. Oh, yes, he is. Here he is. Rob, give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
All right, I'm 31. I'm mixed race, and I don't give a fuck about pronouns.
All right. So you don't care if I call you she or they or
Bro,
he?
call
You
me
don't care?
whatever. I don't give a fuck.
All right. Please stop
I don't.
cursing.
Well,
Please
I don't
stop
care
cursing.
about that whole movement thing.
We didn't ask you how you felt about the movement. We asked you what your pronouns were, but please don't curse.
Okay, sorry about
And
that.
mixed is also not a race. Could you give us your race?
I am mixed, Latino.
All right. So mixed once again, it's not a race. You must be.
Latino and native.
All right. So you're native. That's your race. And go ahead and talk to us.
So, do you have a problem? Why do you have a problem with people outside of your race having?
I don't got time for him. Camilla. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Give us your
Hello,
age, race, and pronouns, please.
I am 22. I am black. My pronouns is she and her.
All right. Thank you. Talk to us.
Okay, I'm gonna work down the list.
All right.
Okay, I don't believe choosing to marry someone because of who they are and not what they look like makes you problematic. I believe it's a step in the right direction towards humans realizing we are all humans. And by saying this, it's not that I don't acknowledge the history, but
Yes,
I
you do.
don't want it to
You don't acknowledge
determine
the
my
history.
future.
You
I'm
don't acknowledge the
sorry.
history or the present when you say that. You don't acknowledge the history or the present when you say that. That's
When
like
I say that
saying
choosing
that
someone to marry shouldn't.
that's like being a Jewish person in Germany in World War II, and you're saying hugging Nazis would be the beginning of us realizing we're all human, even though us going to do that could be detrimental and dangerous to us in the current environment of Germany. So, in this
Okay.
current environment we're living in, anti-blackness is real. It's still costing lives, and it's still forcing people to work, be exploited, disenfranchised, and many other horrible things. You're telling us in this current environment that we should go over and hug people that still have privilege and power over us and control over our lives.
You're misunderstanding me. What I'm saying is choosing who I'm going to be with in life shouldn't be determined on what they look like, but who they are. That's a movement that we've been fighting for
Race is
ever.
not just about what you look like, it is about who you are and where you come from and how society is going to say that you have a status of either privileged or slightly privileged or just straight up oppressed. Further, closer to Africa you get.
Okay, well, I come from a broken home myself of a black man and a black woman, and he was very abusive to my mother mentally and physically, and I don't believe it did
I'm
much.
not your therapist.
And okay, I'm saying it didn't do much of fixing anything. I believe that was more problematic than anything. And
I
I'm
saw
saying
a
it
black
doesn't
woman
matter
when I was
what you
young.
are.
I saw a black woman take a shit on the sidewalk, and I mean, if I were to use your example, that would mean that I shouldn't be with black women because they take shits on sidewalks. She was homeless.
Sir, can
I
I get
shouldn't be with black women because I saw one that was homeless take a shit on the sidewalk one day. So I guess you all do that, huh?
so I was here for the other young lady who was up here when you were talking about why it was problematic.
Okay.
And what I'm saying is the reasons that you listed could very well still happen in a black household as well. They're not good reasons. And I don't believe anyone should hold back who they love just because of what they look like.
There goes that word again, love. Who taught you all this word?
God.
Oh. And what book does God what book did God teach you to read?
I can give you the verse to love thy neighbor,
Oh, okay, that God.
regardless.
Okay.
Yeah,
No, I just wanted
that
to know which
God.
God you were talking
And
about.
I don't want to
Yeah,
get
love
to
thy
putting
neighbor.
down
Right.
religions because that's
So,
not right.
so when they said that if you weren't a Christian, um, you were able to be property and sold in a country that says, "In God we trust." Is that the same God you're talking about? That
Yeah.
talk? Oh, she gone. Dang, she ran, or she get paused, or she left.
I'm just sitting
Anyway,
here rubbing my head. I'm just sitting here rubbing my head, listening to this, man. Like I don't even know what to say to these people.
it's
Like
because we
I'm
got 400 people in here. Whenever we got over 400 people, we're gonna start to get some yeehaw, yippee ki yays.
Jesus, man. Like I couldn't even unmute. I was just like, I can't talk to her.
Yeah. All right. Well, hopefully this probably be our
Listen, I
last
always say
guest.
this.
Yeah.
Y'all got a lot more patience than me. Legend. You know that I done calmed down being on your panels from how I used to
You
snap on
sure
people
did.
before. So I learned. I learned. But I'll be having my moments.
Thank you for the galaxy, Georgia May. Appreciate you, sister. Yeah, no, you definitely getting it. I mean, really what I think my live teaches brothers and sisters is that we don't need to be afraid of people that think these ways. I mean, not like the last guest, because I'm talking about when the milk come up here sometimes. Like, understand, like you can see how they see us, not get triggered, and still, be able to operate. Like, don't let them bring you out your element. But let's. Oh, I guess the other person left. Amy, could you give us your age, race, and
This is all.
pronouns?
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Amy,
Morning, guys. How are you
good
guys doing?
morning. Where you at? It's morning.
I'm I'm all the way in South Africa.
Oh wow. Okay, it's about that time. Okay, yeah, this is about the time when I
Yeah,
start getting all the. Yeah. Give
my
us your age,
network's a
race.
bit bad, guys. So please just bear with me.
All right.
So um interracial relationships, number one, are very
Real quick,
problematic.
give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
My age, I just turned 32 on Tuesday.
Hey, congrats.
My pronouns are she, her. Um, what else do you guys need?
Pronoun, your race.
Black.
All right,
Beautiful,
talk to us.
beautiful black woman.
Hey, we love it. Talk to us.
Anything else?
Yes, go ahead. Talk to us. Tell us your what you think of the questions.
All right.
Okay.
So interracial relationships are definitely problematic. Um, it is a fetish, especially to the white male, to date a black woman. Um, can you be pro-black with a non-black spouse? Definitely not. Can black and white cultures fully coexist in a healthy relationship? No.
Hey, right, she did it. That was excellent, sister.
Um,
Do you want to elaborate?
I can elaborate. First of all, white people will never acknowledge or accept our cultures, our traditions, or even who we are, let alone acknowledge and accept what they had did to us. The reason why I came up was because I heard the young lady that was on here talking about the love that God has taught us.
Yeah.
And you quoted which love? The love that the whitey people used against us, the love that the whitey people, sorry, the God that the whitey people decided to make us believe that slavery and oppression and all the hurt and pain and unaliving of our people was okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So we need to go back, guys, and understand that everything, all systems that are currently in place around the world are simply there just to
Appreciate you.
accommodate the whitey people. It's not to accommodate us. Your financial institutions don't give a rat's ass about us. We can't even go in and get a decent loan from a bank to simply buy a house. It does not accommodate us, guys. That's one. Two, it doesn't matter where you are, what schools you go to, where you're going to work, as long as you're not palm color, you will never ever have things fair, ever. Our children are experiencing racism as we speak. I live in a complex where my kids are continuously reminded that they are not of white palm color. My children are not allowed to equally play in the common areas simply because they are black. Instead, they will send fines. By the way, my kids were called thugs 2 weeks ago. A 6-year-old and an 8-year-old child was called thugs, my kids, by a
Wow.
white Jewish woman.
Where
And
did
no
where do you
matter
live, if
how
you don't mind me
much you
asking?
can complain about it, nothing will be done simply because I am not whitey. My
Right.
kids are not whitey. So this whole thing that we need to come together and kumbaya, it will never happen because they will never acknowledge what they have done to us. Without them acknowledging what they have done to us, they can never apologize or be apologetic to what was done to us. It may not have been, we may not have been alive during slavery, but our ancestors were alive during slavery. My grandparents, my great grandparents were alive during slavery.
They're still
My
slaves
grandmother
right
was
now.
taken away from me during apartheid in the early 1990s. I saw her get taken away from me by white policemen. I saw my uncle being unalived by white policemen because he would simply not sell out his own.
Right. Crazy.
This will never be fixed. Interracial relationships simply stem from a fetish, especially from the whitey male towards the black woman. All they see is exoticness in it. There's nothing, it's not based on pure love. It's not. We need to get off that narrative. It's simply just a fetish. Raising your kids in an interracial relationship or an interracial family is also problematic because you fail to teach your children the truth simply to accommodate who? The whitey.
Oh man, sis was preaching. I think she got. I don't know what happened.
Y'all mind if I jump in?
Rose Petal, stop
But
blocking
she
everybody
probably
on
got
the
a
panel.
call.
Rose
She
Petal,
probably got a
keep
call or
blocking people
something.
on the panel.
Y'all mind if I jump in?
Wait, hold on, Amy. Hold on, Amy was gone.
Oh, sorry about that. I'm mute.
Go ahead, sister. Go ahead, Amy.
Sorry, I didn't get a call. My battery's flat. I'm sorry about that,
Oh,
guys.
okay. All right.
But simply because if you're going to be in a relationship with a whitey person and you're black and you guys have children, will you be able to comfortably teach your children about slavery, about the oppression that was simply put onto black people because of the color of their skin? You will not be able to do that. It simply does not work. It really does not work. And I feel like as a people, we need to also come to a point where we need to stop sugarcoating our oppression. We need to stop sugarcoating our day-to-day lives where we experience racism at any form. You can be in a public toilet. That happened to my kids. We were at the mall and I was just, my son stepped into some mud. He was wearing slip slops. I put him up onto the basin and this whitey woman came in there and gave us such a dirty look. She refused to even wash her hands.
Wow.
You cannot expose, you know what?
Dang, she said phone acting up. Sad, Antigua, you need to stop. They really don't be washing their hands now. They really don't. And then they'll do an interview bragging about it. Like, I don't wash my hands. I like the grease and the oils in my skin.
Man.
All right. Toke the Smoke, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns?
Yes, sir. How y'all doing? My name is Tyler, but my age is 34. My pronouns, I'm just a dude. Man, male, all that good stuff. And what was the last question?
Your race.
My race. I've always referred to myself as mixed, brother. I'm 34, and that's what it was in the '90s. And I ain't really trying to change that.
You got a black parent,
That's
right?
just how I identify. You know what I mean?
That's because you got a black parent.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, my dad
Yeah.
always taught me like the one drop rule, but like that just don't apply in real life. You know, it really depends on how you look. If you look like J. Cole, you can pass as black. If you look like Drake, you know, probably not.
Nah,
So
black
like,
people claim Drake.
I don't know why I wouldn't, but
Why wouldn't you? Do you
why
feel like
wouldn't I?
people
Because
don't? You feel like people?
Drake is a
Do you,
Jew before a black.
do you feel like people don't claim you?
Do I feel like
Jewish is a religion. That's not a race. But do you feel
it?
like
It goes back and forth. It depends. It depends on the context.
you feel
I
like
agree.
people
I
people
agree
don't
with you, but
claim you?
there are Jews by blood as well. The 12
There's
original
no such
tribes.
thing as race blood. So there's no such thing as that.
Oh,
Jewish
I don't know.
is
I can't get in that discussion.
there's white Jews, there's black Jews, there's Asian Jews, there's all different kinds of Jewish
Right,
people.
but we know when we're talking about the blood from the original tribes, they come from a specific area of the
And
globe.
they exist in all the races. Black, white, there's the Limba tribe if you want to look up the African Jews.
Yeah,
There's
I agree.
there's
But
Mizrahi, there's Ashkenazi, this would be the European
yeah,
Jews.
Ashkenazi are the ones that they pretty much they're not the original 12. They're the white Jews that I'm speaking of with the stereotypicals that
They're
they
not
subverted
stereotypical.
Judaism.
They're just the ones that are white. And so,
Well,
like I
they're
said
the ones that
earlier, Jewish is not a race because there's
all right,
white
let's
ones,
agree on
there's
that.
black ones.
I'm fair with that. I'm cool with that because the Ashkenazi tribe came from Europe, or I think up in that area, a little bit closer. They were merchants. I think from like the Ottoman Empire or something around that. I'm learning a lot of it like this year because I didn't really, I'm just coming to a lot of conclusions. But they're the pretty much they weren't the original 12 tribes, the Ashkenazis, and they're the majority holders of the Jewish religion, like the representatives, all the people in Congress, all the people that are quote
All
unquote
right,
white people.
let's skip the
My bad.
history
Yeah, yeah,
lesson.
yeah, yeah. All right. But can
You got a black
interracial
parent, you
relationships
don't
be
want to be black.
problematic?
Why do
That's the first
you
question.
feel that way?
Can interracial relationships be problematic? Obviously, I mean any relationship can be problematic, but
I already know
what
how
they
this is gonna go.
what they had the potential to be is the opposite of what the other one was talking about. They have good potential. I was born in the early '90s. I don't know how old you folks are, but I was born in the early '90s, and my town was all black and all white, and there was a big divide. And then slowly, mixed people like myself started coming out. It just happened, and I watched whole families just accept it.
All right, y'all. I'm going to bed. I appreciate y'all, man. Thank y'all for checking me out. Coming up on the
Listen,
live.
you let
Sleep.
him get his sentence through, man. You should let him
Hey,
finish.
man. Listen, man.
He got
Listen,
clipped
man.
mid sentence.
That was
I ain't
funny,
up
man.
here
That
to
was
convince.
funny.
I ain't up here to
It's just
convince these butterballs.
it's at some
You
point
know,
you just
Legend
can't,
is a
dude.
savage, man.
At some point you
Legend is
just
a
can't.
beast.
Man, some
Listen,
people
y'all
just
be easy. I'm gonna drop to let you close out, man. Y'all be easy. It's been an
yes,
interesting
Yeah,
sir. I
live.
peace,
Not too
appreciate
much
you.
drama
peace and
Peace.
tonight,
love.
but y'all be
I'll see you
easy,
guys
man.
later.
Peace.
Yep. All right, y'all. Hey, don't forget to check out my YouTube. It's on my page. Amy, you were up here talking. I'm about to go to sleep though, but you could join our live again. I followed you. Feel free to check us out. You definitely did your thing. You get an A from me too. Appreciate you, sister. I
Thank you
hope
so much. I appreciate you guys too. Take
yes.
care
We supporting
and sleep
Julius
well.
Malema. Malema.
Yeah. Yes, we all
Absolutely.
for him.
All day. All right. Appreciate you.
All right then. Take care then.
All right. One love. Y'all, please check out my YouTube on my page. The subscribe button is there. Just go on my YouTube, hit subscribe. I post all my replays of my lives on YouTube. These lives get so crazy. Go ahead and listen to them. It gets crazy. B1initiative.org. That's my nonprofit that I'm building. Is a technology startup nonprofit where I'm working with programmers across the diaspora to get information about our history and our culture out to people all across the world. I'm working with other black people. We're teaching y'all things. It's also a Discord. If you want to learn more about anti-racism, we got thousands of hours of pro-black scholars giving lectures like Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, John Henry Clark. We got Ishaka Musa Barashango, Jawanza Kunjufu, anyone, Joshua Mapanga. We got a bunch of Pan-African scholars in there teaching y'all. If you want to learn more, if you want to be an anti-racist in your own community, you say you're not black, you want to learn more about anti-racism, we have resources for you as well. That's where we really have these conversations before we come up on this live. What else do I got for y'all? Oh yeah, hit the notification bell so that you know what the notification bell on my profile when you click. I can't point right now. It's up in the top left. Click on my profile and then you're going to see a notification bell in the top right corner. Click that so you know what time I go live. And check out the replays on YouTube. I appreciate y'all. Lovely Rose Petals, Leisha, Hoodoo was in here. Shout out to D. Thank you for taking care of me earlier and hosting with me. Mrs. Santiago, thank you for the roses. Everybody that be checking me out, man, I appreciate y'all, man. I'm going to see y'all tomorrow. I'm going to go to sleep. Peace.